Namaskar, everyone. Welcome to the Symposia 2019 KOA. We are here to talk about history of Kashmiri Pandits. So we will have 3 sessions. Then we will have a youth session, what they think, and then we will have a panel discussion of moving forward. I thank all of you who is here. We're expecting more people, but it's a Saturday morning, and earlier than 9 o'clock, it's hard to come, but I thank all of you who have actually made an effort. So we're going to just do, put the lamp on, and then this will be followed by, we'll have the national anthems, US as well as the Indian. And that will be followed by our session 1. I will not like to interrupt after we finish up with one because we will take the questions from the audience. Some housekeeping notes on that is that please keep you have cards in front of you with the pens. So please write down your questions. This is not a way that we don't want back and forth discussions. It is just asking questions to the panel, and they can answer you. However, all the questions should be asked after the panel has finished the discussion. If you have questions, we're going to have 2 standing microphones on both sides, so you can use that. But you can also give your questions. We will be collecting them. And the moderators will read your questions, and the panel can answer your questions. So with that, again, we'll just go ahead and start. I would like to introduce you to the team who has actually made this possible. And we have worked over the last 2 months since August 5 to get this together, because this was the first thing that we thought we could get together, get this thought together, where we are, what we want to do, how we to move forward. But as you know, there are other events that happen in between. So you're all aware of this. So we have Sanjay Kaulji. Sanjay ji, please come to the podium. Lalit ji. And here are the 2 girls. I call them my right hand and the left hand. Amrita Kaur and Nisha Kaspa. So we will start with Jyoti.
And this is our president, KOA president, Dr. Shakun Malik. A big round of applause for her, please. I do not think anything in KOA would have been possible at the level that it is right now without her efforts, and I think everybody in the audience would agree with that. Thank you so much. Welcome all, and I hope this session all the sessions would be helpful not only to the audience here, but also around the world, including India. So thank you for being part of this historic event and an effort to bring the KP story, Kashmiri Pandit story, in the forefront.
Namaskar, Mara. I am delighted to be here, and I'm sure you are too. I had hoped that most of the people will already be in, but I hear stories about Washington people being party dudes, and that is evident that they don't come early in the morning, but we will get started. We have to, because we have a very busy day planned for you, like Shakunji said in the beginning, and we have to look at many aspects of what Kashmir issue is, and how are we going to deal with it, and what is going to be our plan of action. So I am looking forward to your keen interaction in all these 3 sessions, and look forward to your ongoing participation, because it's a must for our community. With that, I hand it over to Amrita.
Thank you. Let's please stand up for the Jyotirdan, the lamp ceremony. And Dhanashri will be singing the Ganesh Vandana for us.
Thank you. नारदो वाच प्रणम्य शिरसा देवं गौरीपुत्रं विनायकं भक्ताव्यासस्मरे नित्यम् आयुक्कामार्थसिद्धये प्रथमं वक्रतुण्डं च एकदन्तं द्वितीयकं तृतीयं कृष्णपिङ्गाक्षं गजवक्त्रं चतुर्थकं लम्बोदरं पञ्चमं च षष्ठं विकटमेव च सप्तमं विघ्ननाशं च धूम्रवर्णं तथास्तमं नवमं भालचन्द्रं च दशमं तु विनायकम् एकादशं गणपतिं द्वादशान्तु गजाननः द्वादशैतानि नामानि त्रिसन्यय्य पठेन्धरः न च विघ्नं भयं तस्य सर्वसिद्धिं करं प्रभो विद्यार्थी लभते विद्या धनार्थी लभते धनं पुत्रार्थी लभते पुत्रा मोक्षार्थी लभते गतिं जपेद् गणपति स्तोत्रं षड्भिर्मासे फलं लभेत् संवत्सरेण सिद्धिं च लभते नात्र संशया अष्टाभ्यो ब्राह्मणेभ्यं च लिखित्वाय समर्पयेत् तस्य विद्या भवेत् सर्वा श्रीगणेशस्य प्रसादतः इति श्रीनारदपुराणे सङ्कटनाशनं गणपतिस्तोत्रं सम्पूर्णम्.
Thank you. I would like to now introduce our very special guests. Thank you so much for the Jyotirdan. Please welcome on stage two very renowned musicians. I want to give a small story about him. We were at Houston, and I was early, and there was sitar playing in the hall, and I was like, who is this person? And then I see this guy who I am actually following on Instagram for a very long time, and he's playing the sitar, and he is the youngest student of late Pandit Ravi Shankar ji, and we are so honored to have him today with us, along with his father, who is his first guru, Rishabh Sharma and Sanjay Sharma ji. They are from the family of Rikhi Ram, and Sanjay Sharma ji is the world's most famous musician as well as music instrument maker. They handcraft musical instruments, and all the renowned musicians get their instruments from him made. And he has made a very special trip from New York, a long trip, both of them. And I told him, hey, I don't think we will be able to really pay you guys. This is a non-profit event. And he was like, I'm very happy to be playing for my Pahadi community. And that is something that we all can resonate with. Please welcome Rishabh Sharma and Sanjay Sharma. We will be singing the Indian national anthem, followed by the United States national anthem. And I would like everybody to sing it as loud as possible, as loudly as possible, so that it's not only this room that resonates, but the entire, I wouldn't say universe, but let's try. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof to the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Thank you so much. Thank you. We can all sit down. Now I would like to start the session one, as people are just starting to come in. More people are starting to come in. So this event wouldn't have been possible also without the help and coordination of Shri Sanjay Kaulji. And I remember him as a person who has, who along with his wife Belaji have, I think, coordinated and organized 14 annual KOA camps. And that's not a small feat. And it's attended by about 500 people every time. And there is so much dedication that the two of them have for this community, for Kashmiri Pandits. It's just amazing. Mr. Kaul is professionally a civil engineer, and he has been the president of KOA for 2 terms in the past. Currently, he is the vice president of World Hindu Council of America, and he's our go-to person for today's symposium, and I would really like to welcome him on stage with a big round of applause, please.
Thank you, Amrita. See, even though they said so many things, but it's the local team that has put in the effort. It's very easy to provide guidance, but local team is the one, and KOA management needs a big round of applause because they've been working tirelessly to put this together. And good morning and welcome to this Kashmir Symposium. I am your moderator for the first session. And as you know, we have a galaxy of panelists who are the best in their field. I would start by asking them to come onto the stage with Professor Kak, Subhash Kak. Tariq Fateh Saab. Sushil Pandit ji, all the way from India. And Dr. Suresh Jain, he's with me from Boston. I have one habit: when I travel anywhere, I get my own people with me. So he's from Boston. Dhanashri, who is also managing and representing the Hindu Media Bureau, she is also from Boston. And later on today, you will also hear Lalit Kolji. He's also from Boston. So we all go together. Please have a seat. It's a little bit tight setting. Can we have that door closed because there are people who are still outside having some coffee and tea, but we don't want to get disturbed? And if there is some echo here, is there echo in this or no? Little bit. Can you just lower it a little bit? Okay. As you know, the topic for this panel is Article 35A and Article 370. They have been abolished now, and the state has been restructured. So we're going to hear. I know this has been our dream for a long time. Finally came true. We never believed it would really come true during our lifetime, but it did. I will start by defining some ground rules, and then we'll go to our panel. First of all, I know everybody has a cell phone. Please put it on silent mode. You don't want to be disturbed, and you don't want the whole audience to be disturbed with you. I will ask my panelists to share their views one by one, and once all of them are done, we'll open the floor to questions and answers. You all have cue cards on your tables. What I would prefer, personally, is that you take a cue card, put your name on the top with your phone number and email ID, followed by the name of the person to whom you want to ask the question, and then put down the question you want to ask. Can you do that for me? We'll take these questions, and we'll also have a couple of mics available, or somebody will be coming around, and you will get a chance to ask your question. But we have to limit it only to asking a question relevant to today's topic. We don't want to hear comments or views, because we all have been suffering for a long time. We all have pent in emotions, but this is not a venue to express those. We just want to hear our experts on those. Do you agree with me? Excellent. Now, coming to my panel, I just want to say this, that the overseas Kashmiri community and the Hindus of America have been for the last 30 years watching the developments in India with regards to Kashmir, because our heart and soul is there. We're all connected with it. We're concerned. And therefore, after August 5th, when these articles were revoked and the state was restructured, a new life has come into the whole discussion of Kashmir. Therefore, we are here, and we have to discuss how do we go forward. And I am sure you agree with me that finally, after 70 years, India has one constitution, one flag, right? It's totally integrated. We have been monitoring the narrative on Kashmir that is being put forth by the Pakistan government or their supporters or those who are the anti-India lobby. By monitoring what they are saying, we are basically going to put facts on table so that the world knows now what is the actual story and what is the story of those against whom genocide happened in Kashmir. I'll start with my first panelist, Mr. Sushil Pandit. Shri Sushil Pandit ji is a communication strategist by profession. He has founded Hive Communications, and is its CEO. In addition, Mr. Pandit is a well-known Kashmiri activist, a scholar of Kashmir. He is one of the most sought-after political program panelists in India. If you watch Indian TV on any channel, Sushil Pandit is there. I don't know how he manages it, but he's always there on the TV. Mr. Pandit is co-founder of Roots in Kashmir in India, an initiative to raise public awareness on reclaiming roots that identify Kashmiri Pandits. Additionally, he is also editor of Presnat, a quarterly journal on the culture and identity of Kashmir. Sushilji, I would like you to give us historical context of Kashmir, Jammu and Kashmir state. To whom does it belong, historically and legally? Can you tell us about that? Please.
I don't have a choice. It would be interesting if we said, I don't think so.
First of all, namaskar to all of you. Namaskar to my esteemed co-panelists, Professor Subhash Kakji, Shriman Tariq Fatehji, Subhash Jainji, Sanjay ji for such a generous introduction, KOA for hosting me here, Dr. Malik. I apologize, I won't be able to acknowledge all of you. There's so many in the audience. I was wondering how should we frame this question? Who does Kashmir belong to? Or where do we belong? All of us, scattered all over. Not just for the last 30 years, but this hemorrhaging in Kashmir that started more than 6 centuries ago. This is a question of our identity, who we are, where we're from, wherever we are headed. When I was sitting there, I was looking at the banner, serves as a backdrop. And here, Kashmir is represented by a couple of shikaras in a lake. I just couldn't stop wondering as to what has Kashmir been reduced to in our memory as a symbol. In popular imagination, Kashmir is a couple of shikaras. I was searching for at least the Hari Parvat somewhere in the blurred background I couldn't see. Of course, Shankaracharya is not possible. Could it have been the ruins of Martand? Or even older Sharada Peeth? How do we remember Kashmir with? Which Kashmir are we talking about? Which Kashmir belongs to us and which Kashmir do we belong to? Are these fundamental questions? How do we recall Kashmir? A lot of us sitting here recall Kashmir as perhaps the Renavari where they used to live, or in my case, Habakadal and Alikadal, and our kochas and our temples and the Yarbal. So for me also, for a long time, loss of Kashmir was loss of home, and therefore it was more of a personal loss. A home that I used to run up and down, and I grew up in. My grandparents, relatives and cousins where weddings took place and funerals took place. So it was very personal. There was nothing community about it except, say, the temple that we used to go to. Till about 15 years back, when a Sanskrit scholar who I met, he was in his 90s, when I was introduced to him, and he said, "Oh, you are from Kashmir, your community practices the oldest almanac known to the world, still continues to." And I didn't know. He said, "Yes, you call it Saptarishi Samvat. Today we have the 5095th year of that almanac. What we call Jantri in our colloquial parlance." My parents didn't know about it. They would routinely just refer to it for Saath and for Tithi and for Puja and for other rituals. So why blame anyone else? We've all forgotten about who we are and where we are from. And almost reduced it to, who does Kashmir belong to? What is Kashmir to start with? Which Kashmir are we talking about? Which Kashmir are we proud of? What defines us as Kashmiris? And that's where, the morning conversation that I was having over tea with Professor Subhash Kak comes relevant. I don't know how many of us even know of Abhinav Gupta, who was the pinnacle of what being a Kashmiri was 1,000 years ago and what Kashmir meant to this entire civilization called India and its civilizational identity. Or even earlier, what it contributed to the world more than 1,000 years before Acharya Abhinav Gupta in terms of Mahayana Buddhism. Or, say, 800 years before that, what Panini gave to us in terms of the first ever work on grammar in terms of Ashtadhyayi, which probably till date arguably is the most logical, scientific system of arranging a language and giving it its structure, its laws, its rules. So where do we want to start from? Kashmir in terms of our lore in Nilmat Puran, as to how it emerged from a large high mountain lake called Satisar. That was our lore, how Kashyap helped dry ground retrieve from that huge reservoir, and how he established a society, what we these days like to call a plural society, which has Gandharvas and Kinnars and Brahmins and Pishachas and Nagas and what have you, to coexist together. From that time down till time of Mahabharata, when Sri Krishna himself is supposed to have gone there and coronated arguably the first woman ruler anywhere in the world, called Yashomati. That was pre-Mahabharata. To Patanjali, to Kshemendra, to Kshemaraj, to Lalitaditya, to Anandavardhana, to Kalahan, to Bilhan. Who do you recall and who do you not? That Kashmir is what, whether you like it or not, perhaps somewhere, gives us the identity of who we are. And therefore, it settles the question even before it is asked as to who Kashmir belongs to. So I think that is a non-question, Sanjay ji. Kashmir did not come to India thanks to an accession. I think the accession was just the reaffirmation of a timeless truth that Kashmir sustained India for centuries and millennia. Just as India was not born on 15th of August 1947, Kashmir did not come to India on 26th of October 1947. Maharaja Hari Singh said so in the Round Table Conference of 1930 at the Chamber of Princes in London to the faces of the British, that don't divide us as princely India and British India. These are fictitious divisions. And Kashmir is a part of India, not because I say so as a ruler of it, not because my ancestors have ruled it for over 100 years, because Kashmir has been a part of India, its civilization, its continuity, over hundreds and thousands of years. So it is absolutely a non-question as to who does Kashmir belong to and where does it, in the sense of the word that it was asked. But what have we done with it? Where are we vis-a-vis Kashmir? What did we allow to happen there? And why are the questions? Since the first session is about Article 370 and 35A, we must look at the context here as to how we've continuously alienated Kashmir. After 1339, when the first Islamic ruler ascended the throne, and not because he came riding a horse, holding a sword, winning a war, no. We Kashmiris, the Hindu nobility of Kashmir, then Hindu nobility of Kashmir, actually got him on the throne. Did his Rajyabhishek with a mantrochar, all the rituals and a tilak. All local cultural rituals were followed in order to make him the emperor of Kashmir. And his 6 subsequent generations used to wear tilak. The court language was Sanskrit. Imagine, 1339 he ascended the throne, Shahmir. Till 1450 Sanskrit was the language. It is that so-called Badshah, who was the great benevolent king, Zainul Abidin, not many people know, was the one who replaced Sanskrit with Persian. More than 100 years after the first Muslim Sultan came. Because Kashmir was still predominantly Hindu, royalty was lineage through birth. So once Sultan Shahmir became the ruler, it was his progeny who were supposed to be the rulers, and we were inextricably in the grip of an Islamic rule, which in order to consolidate itself began to not only import missionaries from outside Kashmir to proselytize, but used state power to brutally convert people, local people. And it was during that era of a Hindu majority Kashmir that you saw some of the earliest exoduses. In the early 15th century, perhaps 1405, when Sikandar Butshikan ruled, imagine a majority population, a high double-digit proportion, leaving its habitat. And people say that, Zainul Abidin was Badshah, was great liberal, tolerant, inclusive king. He had no option. The economy had collapsed. The society had collapsed. There were no revenues. He had to beg us all to come back. And anything, even a lamppost would have, in contrast to Sikandar Butt-Shikhan, looked very liberal. But we can't stop singing about that time, just as we still sing about small little mercies and crumbs that were thrown our way, of some concession. But this incessant rule till 1819, which is good 480 years, from 1339 to 1819, when Maharaja Ranjit Singh liberated us from Pathans. First, the Sultans of Samsuddin dynasty, then the Chucks for a few decades, then Mughals till 1752, and then Pathans till 1819, ruined us, reduced us to low double digits, barely 15% of population. I did not know, and I heard about it from some Muslim acquaintances, that Pathans were so brutal. There was a Muslim gentleman who told me that, they would ask the children to, just blow up their cheeks like this way, just cajole. And as soon as somebody would, they would bite here. It was some strange malaise. They would take a ride on your shoulder, put their feet in the pockets of the ferran like you would ride a horse, and say, drop me till there. Just ride on your shoulder. They did this to Muslims as well, but Hindus were singled out for the most brutalities, and parents would disfigure their young daughters, chop their noses, scratch their cheeks in order to make them look ugly so that they could be saved from the wrath of a lascivious Pathan. So these brutalities is what Kashmir has been through, and if you do not want to believe the Raj Taranginis by Shrivar, by Jonaraj, by Pragyabhat, by Shuka, because they are in Sanskrit and because Hindus have written it, thank Dr. Kashinath Pandita for translating two amazing texts by Persian historians, Tawfatul Ahbab and Bahristan-e-Shahi, and you will get gut-wrenching details of what was done to Kashmir during these 480 years. Temple after temple, habitat after habitat, exodus after exodus. So now, having presented with a demographic fait accompli in Kashmir, suddenly people don't want to talk about history, and they say Kashmir, most of India, majority of India was guilt-tripped over the decades, being told Kashmir belongs to Muslims. What are Hindus doing there? What is India doing there? They don't understand that after the 120 years of respite we had during the Sikh Dogra rule, I know I'm running short of time, while rest of India was celebrating freedom from the colonial rule, Kashmir was handed over to Sheikh Abdullah. We were back in that grind. And it wasn't just Sheikh Abdullah under the modern Indian state that pretended to be secular, democratic, republic, run through a constitution, which was liberal and secular to a fault. No, that wasn't enough. We created exceptions for the state of Jammu and Kashmir. It wasn't even part of the deal of accession, as is repeatedly said, that, Kashmir acceded to India on some conditions. No, sir. The chronology beats that argument. Kashmir acceded on 26th of October 1947. India didn't even have a constitution at that time. Forget any article or a law or a provision. Our constitution got proclaimed on 26th of January 1950. That is when Article 370, which was enshrined in there. And much later, 35A, on 14th of June 1954. And what do these articles do? Article 35, of course, is thanks to 370. So what does 370 do? 370 keeps the state of Jammu and Kashmir out of the purview of Indian Parliament and out of the jurisdiction of Indian Constitution, out of the supervision of Indian Supreme Court, out of the reach of India's Election Commission, India's Comptroller and Auditor General. People have reduced it to this silly argument that Indians cannot buy land there, as if it was an issue of real estate. As if the entire country was queuing up to pick up land in Kashmir. If that was the argument, you should perhaps say that even President of India could not buy an inch of land in Kashmir if he so wished. Such were the provisions created. Why? Because Kashmir was a Muslim majority state. I don't say this. Even Mehbooba Mufti, while warning the Supreme Court and the Indian political class that if you touch, not even, as much as contemplate looking at reviewing 35A and 370, you will be betraying us because we are a Muslim majority state and this was the deal why we came here. She said so in as many words. So yes, she's right there. As a Muslim majority state, we created these exceptions. Exceptions that Islam seeks as a right, as an entitlement. It started seeking them from 1948 when United Nations passed the Declaration of Human Rights. It says, we don't believe in your human rights. We have Sharia-compliant human rights, which they declared from Cairo in 1990, I think. Today, the entire bigoted world is up in arms saying, what about the human rights of... Do they know what they did with the Human Rights Declaration of United Nations? And why they refused to sign on that declaration, accept that? Because it said that all religions are equal and people must have freedom to practice their religion. That was one reason. The second reason was it said there is gender equality. We cannot have discrimination across genders and say, no, Sharia compliant human rights do not allow that. Do they have the cheek to tell us about human rights? And we got to listen to them and defer to them. But that's what we did in Kashmir. Our secular constitution, our democratic constitution, our constitution that promised us equal citizenship, was kept in abeyance in Kashmir in order to hand over power, unbridled power, unsupervised power to Sheikh Abdullah to do as he pleased, because Kashmir was a Muslim majority state. And he did as he pleased because the first ever election, Constituent Assembly of Kashmir, which had 75 people, 73 came unopposed. Not an election took place. All the nominations were cancelled. The great Democrat Nehru knew it and allowed it. Not one Praja Parishad member was allowed to be elected in that Constituent Assembly, where in his first speech he said, Jammu and Kashmir is an independent republic in the Republic of India. I haven't heard such an oxymoron. No political scientist could even ever contemplate this kind of an assertion. And then to pay obeisance to such weird thoughts, 35A was given where they could define a different citizenship for the state of Jammu and Kashmir. Keep fundamental rights in abeyance. Can you believe this? Parliament was kept in dark. The president was overruled. He was forced to make that declaration, despite his objections, written objections in a letter. Nation was kept in dark. And you perpetrated this. And what did this lead to? It led to late Motilal Tikku, who's the father-in-law of my friend Rajat Mitra, having to leave Kashmir in late 50s, despite being a meritorious student. We lost late Motilal Tikku last year. We lost Triloginath Pandit, my father, last month. And yesterday I heard about another bright mind, Syed Athar Abbas, or was it Siddharth Ambardar, written wrongly, almost denied his due in the State Engineering College, where he made it by a whisker. So people who thought that, our exodus happened in 1990, and, before that, milk and honey flowed in Kashmir and everything was fine, please think again. Article 370 and 35A, as Tariq Fatehji says it, is independence 2.0. And that is what it is 100%. Thank you so much for listening to me so patiently.
Thank you, Sushilji. I know, as he mentioned, his father just passed away, but I'm thankful to him despite that, because he had promised to be here with us. He kept his promise. It's difficult times for him, so I want to acknowledge and thank him for that. You're very right. It's very difficult to talk about Kashmir and say, where do we belong? And where do we start? Because Kashmir has been integral part of Bharat ever since man has known civilization. And one thing you rightly said, India was not born in 1947. It was independent. It got its independence from Britishers, but Pakistan was born out of us. We have to know that and remember it. So thank you, Sushilji. I just want to acknowledge the presence of your people here. First of all, from the Indian Embassy in Washington, D.C., we have a Minister, Sri Anurag-ji. Thank you for coming and joining us. And also in these 30 years, we have been the flag bearers for Kashmir in US, trying to lobby, trying to do whatever little we can. And I do see few people here in the audience who have been doing this for a long time. Sri Jeevan Jitshi from California, Dr. Chandrasekhar Pandit from Florida, Sri Mohanji Sapru in Washington, D.C. itself. We do have Maharajji Kol from New York. We have Professor Hiralal Kol from Michigan. We have Ashok, Dr. Ashok Rana, who is also again in Maryland area and has been working hard for years. And Dr. Hira Fotedar, tirelessly working for last 30 years. My second panelist today is one of the most interesting personalities we have known in the Northern American continent, Sri Tariq Fateh. Mr. Tariq Fateh is a Pakistani-Canadian journalist, writer, broadcaster, and an activist. Mr. Fateh is founder of Muslim Canadian Congress and serves as its communications officer and spokesperson. Mr. Fateh advocates for gay rights, separation of religion and state, opposes Sharia law, and advocates for a liberal, progressive form of Islam. He calls himself, what I like the most, he calls himself an Indian born in Pakistan and a Punjabi born in Islam. Tariq Saab, I know you do so much research and you base all your talks based on facts. And since you have been involved for a long time, I have a three-part question for you. Now, I know you can speak on anything, but we just wanted to be focused on certain things. I want to know from you, what is Pakistan's locus in neutralization of Article 370 and 35A? Then secondly, for the Pak-occupied Kashmir, the demographics of that place has been changed over years. So what is the status of the original people in those areas? And finally, also India says that Pak-occupied Kashmir belongs to it. What do you think? Please educate us.
Sorry.
There are 4 cars parked illegally, and the hotel is about to tow them. So please, if it's one of us, let's take care of it. Thank you. Can you let us know where they are exactly?
I won't repeat that. Namaskar, Assalamu alaikum. The questions raised might come up in between, but not necessarily in that order. But I hope all of you know of the murder that took place yesterday in Lucknow. Kamlesh Tiwari's throat was slit. The men who went there from Gujarat have been arrested. थोड़े से stupid भी होते हैं, मिठाई का डिब्बा छोड़ गए वहाँ पे. The police found out in 24 hours. Now, the problem is that Kamlesh Tiwari in 2015 said some pretty nasty things about Prophet Muhammad, which at best can be denounced as despicable. But it is not those who say nasty things about Islam who get punished. Otherwise, you folks would not be here, right? There is no record of Kashmiri Hindus going out on the street saying many things that they might want to say, many things that many people say about Prophet Muhammad, but there is no record of that. Yet people were killed from 1989, 88 onwards, while the rest of India slept. I have always been intrigued when the Indian intelligence or the military arrested Sudanese, Chechens crossing the line of control. What was the Indian intelligence thinking? What brain was working in the intelligence bureau? ये Chechen कहाँ से आ गए? Very interesting. Let's study them. I'm sure JNU के अंदर department होगा जहाँ इस पे research हो रही होगी कि what made a Sudanese come to Kashmir and how did he arrive there? Maybe it must be the glaciers that are melting. उस पे कोई Sudanese आ गए वहाँ पे. Because from 1986-87 onwards, once and when Benazir unleashed the jihadis from Afghanistan towards the lands of Kashmir, nobody raised this issue for many, many years. And then the point comes as to the fact of Kashmir itself. Is it because the Muslims invaded it and left the job incomplete? Which I would suggest is what happened. Otherwise, all the Pathans that he was mentioning were all Hindus. Kandahar is a Sanskrit word. The entire Kandahar Valley was Hindu civilization. So, Kashmir itself is the result of an incomplete project of Ghazwa Hind, which unfortunately hardly any Indian knows. Nobody wants to know, because why would they want to know? You don't get a raise at work because you simply said, aha, I figured out what's wrong. What is Nasrun min Allahi Fathun Kareeb, which is the devotional slogan of the Pakistan military. What struck me is, even by asking people at the rank of Lieutenant General, that there is no Indian military institute, college, that teaches you what is the doctrine of the Pakistan military. It's astounding that after 70 years of being bled to death, the Indians are very comfortable. अब की मार, लखनऊ वालों की बात सुनो, वो थप्पड़ मारे जाता है, पठान उठता है, इबके मार जरा, थार मार मार के उसको ठीक कर देता है, वो उसकी खड़ा पजामा वैसे ही रहता है कि इबके मार, क्या मारेगा भाई, तुझे असर ही नहीं हो रहा इंडिया के ऊपर. Parliament is being attacked, your city is being bombed, and what do you say? अब की मार. वो मोदी साहब ने एक टिका दिया ना, चुप हो गए सब. I'm serious, that's what happened. They thought कि गुजरात की तो कोई वो होती नहीं है, जैसे राजपूत रेजिमेंट है या सिख राइफल्स है या आसाम फलाना है और डोगरे हैं और ये वो हैं फलाना. उन्होंने कहा ये कहाँ से गुजराती, ये कौन है, उसने गुजराती चपाटा लगाया, सब ठीक हो गए, सबको गुजराती फ्लुएंट आने लग गई. लेकिन बात ये नहीं है कि कश्मीर का क्या हुआ, बात ये है कि कश्मीर के हिंदुओं को जब ये एक्सेप्ट कर लिया, जब उन्होंने ये एक्सेप्ट कर लिया कि हमारे नेशनल एंथम में तो सिंध है, लेकिन सिंध नहीं है तो क्या फर्क पड़ता है, बॉम्बे में किसी एक मोहल्ले का नाम सिंध कर देंगे और 2-4 सिंधी बिलियनियर्स फेंक देंगे ऊपर और कहेंगे असांजो मानू फिट है इंडिया में. I can assure you, in this audience, people might not know where Sindh is. And you just sang your national anthem in unison. Punjab, Sindh, Maratha, Banga. उन्हें को वो तो जाने दो Sindh. The place from where you originate is not Kashmir. You originate in Mohenjo-daro. That is your civilization. India comes from Indus. Sindhu comes from Darya Sindh. जब आपने ये एक्सेप्ट कर लिया कि अच्छा सिंध तो जाने दो, उसके बाद आपने क्या एक्सेप्ट किया, अच्छा लाहौर राम के बेटे लव का शहर है, चलो उसको भी बेच देते हैं यार, क्या फर्क पड़ता. अच्छा केश का शहर कसूर, चलो उसको भी जाने देते हैं, वहां कोई हिंदू नहीं बचा, सो व्हाट, कहीं और अमृतसर में तरन तारन में चला लेंगे. आपने अपनी नैरो फोकस के अंदर अपनी हेरिटेज को डिस्ट्रॉय कर दिया और फिर रोना रोया आपने कश्मीर का. ये रोना तो उस दिन होना चाहिए था जब गफ्फार खान खड़े हुए दिल्ली के स्टेशन पे और महात्मा गांधी से कहा, यू हैव सोल्ड अस टू द वुल्व्स. The NWFP had a Congress government. Can you imagine what happened to those Muslims who fought against Jinnah's Muslim League, against the mullahs of UP and Bihar and CP, who today are more Pakistani, which I say they're more Pakistanis in India than they are in Pakistan. उन लोगों का साथ आपने छोड़ के उनको गीदड़ों के हवाले कर दिया कि तुम जाओ अपनी मर्जी अब करो. and that train took Ghaffar Khan to Peshawar and Mahatma Gandhi to Calcutta, where Hindu-Muslim riots were taking place for another row. Sohrawardi, who had just committed massacre of Hindus, Bihari Hindus in Calcutta in 1946, and with the intention कि बिहारियों को मारो जाके वो जब पाएं उनकी लाशें पटना तो वहाँ मुसलमानों की पिटाई हो ताकि ये पाकिस्तान का प्रोजेक्ट चले। तो आप लोग तो वाइज इतने हैं, अपने आप को पंडित कहते हैं, खुदा के वास्ते इस मुसलमान की सुन लें, इसको एक्सपेंड करें। दिस इज नॉट अ कश्मीर इशू, दिस इज अ इशू ऑफ सिविलाइजेशन। ये आपका मसला नहीं है। आपके इस हॉल के अंदर आज तामिल होने चाहिए थे, बंगाली होने चाहिए थे, नहीं है। पंजाबी हिंदू तक नहीं है, वो भी बैठा हुआ कि नहीं हमारी जबान जो है वो हिंदी है। He is ashamed of his mother tongue. When you have people who cannot figure out what happened to them, and I suggest to you that India has not recovered from partition. The project of partition is bleeding you. When you say that I have no desire to retake Takshila, that Takshila doesn't matter to me. Well, actually तो वो जो यूनिवर्सिटी खिलजी ने जलाई थी आपके बिहार में, हाँ नालंदा, उसके बारे में आपको कोई फिक्र नहीं है। वहां उसके नाम का रेलवे स्टेशन रखा हुआ आपने तो इलाहाबाद नाम रखा हुआ था प्रयागराज का, और आपको तकलीफ नहीं थी। अब मक्का को रामगढ़ करके देखते, फिर देखता मैं कैसे करें ना। आप कहें कि मक्के का नाम आज से रामगढ़ है। आपने कुंभ मेले का हिंदुइज्म के होलीएस्ट सिटी पे आप कश्मीरी हिंदुओं ने एक्सेप्ट किया कि इसका नाम इलाहाबाद रखो। अरे अल्लाह का उससे ताल्लुक क्या है भाई? अल्लाह को क्या पड़ी है कि कुंभ मेला हो रहा है, कि दो दरिया मिल रहे हैं, कि 20 लाख आदमी नहा रहे हैं, ये नंगे हैं, ये पैदल जा रहे हैं, या भूखे मर रहे हैं, या घूम रहे हैं, या जी रहे हैं। आपकी तो हर हिंदुस्तान की मस्जिद में दुआ जुम्मे को मांगी जाती है, या अल्लाह हम मुसलमानों को काफरों पे फतह नसीब करे। आपका जवाब होता है ठीक है, इनको सब्सिडी दे दो हज के लिए, ये भी जाके कुछ पत्थर चूम के आ जाएं क्योंकि ये पत्थरों के खिलाफ हैं। ये भी नहीं क्वेश्चन कर सकते। अरे तुम बुद्ध, अपने बादशाह का नाम बुद्ध शिकन रखते हो और जाके फिर बुद्ध को परस्ती करते हो। अरे कुछ होश की दुआ करो। Let people do, but don't be so full of sanctified, arrogance. हम गज़वा हिंद है, जब तक हमें अल्लाह ताला ने कहा कि हर हिंदू खत्म नहीं होगा, उस वक्त तक हमारा काम नहीं होगा। और काम क्या है कि दुनिया गर्क हो जाए। Now, the problem that occurs in this is that Muslims are part and parcel of Hindustan. ऐसे तो नहीं है कि आपने वो कौन सा मौलवी डिपोर्ट किया आपने, वो जो मलेशिया में बैठा हुआ है। हाँ, एक तो जाकिर नाइक का ब्यूटी कंपटीशन कराया जाए ईमान से हर साल। मिस जाकिर नाइक, I think he was probably the most ugliest person in thought and face that one can ever run into. India did the right thing in disowning that ugly man. वैसे पाबंदी होनी चाहिए, people who are ugly should not take the name of भगवान, because contradiction तो है ना। वो तो कहते हैं God produces the most beautiful of men and women to utter their words. यहाँ देखिए किस किस्म का नालायक आदमी बैठे हुए हिंदुस्तान की जड़ें काट रहा था, और there were 20,000 people at every time sitting and asking him. हम कुड़ के पाकिस्तान में मर रहे हैं कि देखो कमीना आदमी, हमने उसको कनाडा में रोका, इंग्लैंड में रोका, वो इंडिया में बैठा हुआ। ये कैसे लोग हैं आप लोग भाई? कहते आ मुझे मार, और फिर कहते देखे मारा। अरे आपने कब कहा कि आपको ना मारें? आपने कहा मारो हमें, हम इस काबिल हैं। वो एक डायलॉग भी था किसी बॉलीवुड में, आ मुझे मार, मैं बेईमान हूं, मुझे मारो। You created situation where people want to kill you. And then you say, to fight back, I need an MBA. No, your doctors and your engineers and your billionaires are not going to do a damn thing about you. What you need is what Modi Sahab did. खड़े होके मुंह सीधा करो, जैसे सेल्फी लेते ना, और रख के मारा मुंह के ऊपर, वैसे भिद करके। अभी तक उनको समझ नहीं आ रही है। वो मेरा ससुराल गुजराती है, तो आई नो कि उनकी फीलिंग क्या है, कि देयर इज एन एलिमेंट ऑफ डिसबिलीफ, कि अपने मानो ने सेट करे। ये कैसे हो गया भैया? बट ही हैज शोन यू अ वे, एंड नॉट दैट आई वुड वोट फॉर हिम, आई एम फार लेफ्ट ऑफ सेंटर, मैं पुराना कम्युनिस्ट हूं, लेकिन एक आदमी ने हिंदुस्तान को जगा दिया कि मौलवी भागे फिर रहे हैं कि सर प्लीज हमारा कुछ कर दो, अयोध्या में बड़ा जलील होने वाले, थोड़ा सा चांस दे दो। These people are begging Modi for an audience, and they are partly succeeding when you get chancellors of universities who I know are radical jihadi Islamists who are sitting in his company. I'm sure he knows what's happening. He's a smarter guy than that. But they are still attempting. मेरे से आदमी को वीजा नहीं मिलता इंडिया का, बड़ी मुश्किल से मिलता। 10,000 लोग बैठे होते हैं ऐसे जैसे कि ये आए और कहा, 3 तो आपके आईसिस के लोग पकड़े गए इंडिया के अंदर। ये इस पे तो 50 लाख की, उन पे तो 1 करोड़ का लगाया हुआ था। वो कलकत्ता में जो मौलवी मेहंदी ज्यादा लगाता है, क्या नाम है उसका, बरकती। बताइए, एक आदमी का नाम, कॉन्ट्रडिक्शन देखिए, अंग्रेजी जबान में देखिए, एक आदमी का नाम है बरकती, एंड ऑल ही हैज टू ऑफर इज डेथ। यानी वो कभी आईने में नहीं देखता है कि व्हाट द हेल एम आई। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल आई एम अगली, then I put some strange thing in my beard, then I'm against people who wear orange but my beard is orange। ये कैसे लोग पैदा कर दिए आपने हिंदुस्तान। बोला ये सब सैफरॉन, अरे भाई दाढ़ी तो फिर सैफरॉन नहीं करो, दाढ़ी को हरी कर लो। I would love to see them wearing green beard, it would look fascinating, है, wooden face and green beard, it would look like a walking tree, but I'm digressing, sorry। देखिए मसला ये है कि करना क्या है। आपने पीओके की बात की, अब यकीन करिए, what saddens me is that when you Kashmiri Hindus talk about this, on this issue, and you spot a Pakistani, you should refuse to speak in any other language except Kashmiri. You know what I would do? I would go to the United Nations, I would say, well, I'd like to meet with these Pakistani Kashmiris and record the whole thing। ये कैमरे वाले लोग इस टाइप के करें, और बात में एक लफ्ज हिंदी का दूर नहीं बल्कि संस्कृत और कश्मीरी मिला के घोट के उनके सामने रखो। ए लो तुसी जी पाकिस्तान ऑक्यूपाइड कश्मीर, दसो की हो रहा। वो कहेगा आपने क्या कहा, सॉरी मुझे आई डोंट अंडरस्टैंड। बोले लानत है तुम पे, तुमने 70 साल में कश्मीरी जबान को इरेडिकेट कर दिया। Do you know that there is not a single Pakistani Kashmiri who can speak, read or write Kashmiri? Unfortunately, Indians don't know that because सब क्या कर रहे हैं, MBA। This tiny bit of information is absent। If I was an Indian diplomat, I would talk only in Kashmiri। मैं तो हर जगह प्रोफेसर साहब को साथ ले जाऊं, बोले कि ये ट्रांसलेट करके आपको बताएंगे, हम तो कश्मीरी बोलते हैं, हमारी ज़बान है, फिर देखते क्या बात करेंगे। वो हमारे एक दोस्त हैं आरिफ अजाकिया, कराची काउंसलर भी रह चुके हैं, उन्होंने बड़ी अच्छी बात की। उसने कहा तुम्हारा कुजीन नहीं है, खाली ज़बान तुम्हारे पास नहीं है, तुम्हारे कपड़े नहीं है, तुम किस बात के कर रहे हो। पैदा तुम हिंदुस्तान में हुए, नाम तुम्हारा भट्टी है, कह रहे हो तो मैं तुर्की से हूँ। कौन सा भट्टी तुर्की से आया भाई, चौधरी नाम के आदमी अरब कब से हो गए सर। So the question again becomes, what can we do? Very simple. You have 2 options. You cannot, first option is that you cannot eradicate Islam from India. It's integrated. India is the only civilization that survived the occupation of Islam. Iran did not. Egypt did not. Even the Indonesians could not, despite holding on to the culture of Hinduism. India is the only place. But since you cannot undo what has been done, the question then becomes, how do you disintegrate Pakistan? It's very simple. at the policy level, the government of India has to be clear. This Pakistan is a temporary phase. It's an acronym that never existed and that will never exist. The only debate is the question of how long this cancerous wound will stay with us. So Sindh is part of our national anthem, and Sindh is from where we got our name, and Sindh is what will be part of India, or as an independent state under Raja Dahir. And to start that, you name a street in Delhi called Maharaja Dahir Singh Road. मुश्किल काम नहीं बता रहा, आसान बता रहा हूं. Number two, you have to start inculcating the concept of Allah's Islam versus Mullah's Islam. What does it do? It allows for Muslims, a very large number of hundreds of thousands, I would say millions of Muslims, who are fed up of the ugly mullah that represents them. I did a show, Fateh Ka Fatwa, for a year, for a season. I can tell you it was only Muslims on that show. There was no non-Muslim. And every guest that we had wanted to throttle the mullah. First of all, nobody wants to be represented by ugly people. I mean, it goes without saying. 1 minute warning mil gayi hai. So, for goodness sake, keep asking this question. Keep repeating it. Mujhe usme koi royalty nahi milegi. You have to say that the fight in India is between Allah's Islam and Mullah's Islam. आप देखिएगा कि इस natural contradiction के अंदर you will find two parties to it. The moment you find that two parties, you got allies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tariq Saab. You have a beautiful way of expressing things and bringing home the point you want to make. Before I go to my third panelist, I also want to acknowledge a few more people. I may have missed Dr. Hanjura, for years has been working for our cause. And also we could only survive because we have the Hindu community with us always whenever we do anything. And there are people like Dr. Sant Gupta, who is in the audience helping us. We have Mahendra Sapa, Shivramji in the audience who have always helped us, our community. So thankful to them for what they bring to support us. My third panelist today is Dr. Suresh Jain. He's also from Boston. Dr. Jain is a serial biotech entrepreneur with a track record of success. He has raised over 150 million venture money in last 10 years. About 5 years ago, he established a drug discovery service and research center in India. Dr. Jain serves on the board of several biotech companies. Besides his professional accomplishments, Dr. Jain is a passionate community organizer and president of New England region of Hindu Swayam Sevak Sangh. He does a lot for the Hindu community in the United States. And more than anything else, he's been a student leader in India before he came to US. Dr. Jain. Now I have to ask you a question, like I have been of everybody. And again, knowing you personally, I have a three-part question for you. My question to you is, did Jammu and Kashmir state deserve this special status? The second part is, would you consider it to be a catalyst to promote systematic genocide of Hindus in that state? And finally, can you throw some light on why the state was restructured or reorganized, and what would it bring? Thank you, Dr. Jain.
Namaskar to everyone, and my heartfelt thanks to Sanjay ji for a nice introduction. When Sanjay ji invited me here, I was kind of nervous. And rightly so. Think about it. I'm not from Kashmir. I left India almost 35 years ago. I have on the panel an individual who is fighting this tyranny for the past 40 years, Sushil Pandit. I have another distinguished panelist who have experienced this brutality, Tariq Fateh. I have third panelist who has constructed this narrative, who has built this narrative, Dr. Subhash Kak. I'm neither a scholar, nor a historian, nor any first-hand experience. I was nervous. But I decided I need to be here. I need to be part of this celebration of joy after 70 years, where we are beginning a new dawn. I thought I need to be here to lend my support, to stand with the courage, with this struggle, with this fight, with this never-ending journey of last 70 years. I thought my presence will show, will demonstrate that we are taking out this constructive of Kashmiri Pandit. We want to talk about Bharatiya, Indian, and the Indian state. Obviously, I have very serious limitations. I'm not a very well-read person. I'm not a historian. But I just want to give a little bit of background in the context which Sanjay ji has put me a question. Is Article 370 was the need for Jammu Kashmir? In other words, did Jammu Kashmir require a special status? Or did 370 was a catalyst for genocide? Was 370 promoted, preserved that two-nation theory after 1947? To me, Article 370 was nothing but a breeding ground for the parasite and termites at the heart of the paradise. It deceived the poor with its mirage. It filled the coffers of the power elites. It catalyzed the ego of new sultans of Kashmir. In essence, it created a land without justice, a land full of crudities and contradictions, a land without justice. 370 propped up political deception, duplicity, and demagoguery. It breeds the reptiles of subversion. It kept alive the unwholesome legacy of two-nation theory. It suffocated the very idea of India and vaporized the very vision of great social and cultural crucible, Kashmir to Kanyakumari. It was an epicenter of violent earthquake, the tremors of which were felt all across India. Over the years, Article 370 had become an instrument of exploitation. It became a tool in the hand of politicians to exploit and divide the society and to fill their coffers. It truncated the legal process, the rule of a central authority, the Constitution of India. The civil society was deprived of the basic fundamental rights. Article 370, in other words, was a catalyst for the fundamental forces, not only in the region which geography we call Jammu and Kashmir, but in my mind, it was a catalyst which was promoting again the Khilafat movement which started in Turkey, or what Tariq Fateh said, Ghazwa-e Hind, in the entire region. I don't want to get into the administrative limitations which Article 370 has created, whether it is judiciary, it's tax law, inheritance law, etc., etc. That is one aspect of 370. Now on the other side, the fantasy that Ghazwa-e Hind, right? That fantasy to establish a Puritan order, and in the shadow of 370, women, minorities were discriminated. It is truly disgusting and shameful that those who were forcibly evacuated and chased to run from the western Punjab lived in the state of Jammu and Kashmir for 70 years, disallowed to vote even the local election in the largest democracy of the world. In 2019, still those citizens, they don't have the right to participate in the simple democracy. This ultimately led to the most despicable and heinous crime in the land of Kashyap, the systemic genocide of Hindus is no different than what Hitler did to Jews in Germany. I don't want to narrate the agony. I don't want to narrate the exodus, what happened to the Hindu communities in 70s and 80s in the state of Jammu and Kashmir. But Article 370, hua to hua. It is a history. And we need to treat it as a history. It is a new chapter. It is a new day. Not in the lives of Kashmiri Pandits, but for a new nationhood, for the entire country. To me, what is important is, Tariq Fateh ji very rightly said, in this hall today, we don't see representation of that integrated India. Whether it is Tamil Nadu, Bangladesh, Bengal, or Uttar Pradesh or Madhya Pradesh or anywhere. Predominantly, we are community from Kashmir or Jammu and Kashmir rather. Why? How long we want to keep this issue, an issue of Kashmiri Pandits? I think it is time. We need to broaden our horizon. We need to think in perspective. It is not the problem of Pandits. It is not the problem of Kashmiris. It is the problem of that great piece of land, what we call Bharat, the integrated India. It is not the problem of 100,000 of Kashmiris in North America. It should be the problem of 4 million Indian or non-Indian Hindus in North America. The question is, Article 370 is gone. What is the future of Kashmir? What is the future of Valley? And what is the future of Ladakh? The question is, what is the future of thousands of those Pandits who are still holding the torch in the Valley or in the Jammu or in the Ladakh region? The question is, what is the future of those millions of migrants who are still homeless in their own land? The question is, what is the government plan and the government policy, and what is our responsibility to rehabilitate, to rebuild, and reconstruct that the culture which emerged from the piece of land, what we call Jammu and Kashmir. The question is, what the expatriate community in America we can contribute to build that land again. And my request, my humble urge, we will have to dissolve our narrow thinking. With due apologies, I really want to mention it very casually. In 1970s, when there was a Kashmir movement, when we were going to the university campuses to tell that Kashmir is integrated part of India, occasionally we will encounter the resistance from our Kashmiri Pandit brethren. With the short-sightedness, with the reservation in the engineering college, with the reservation in the medical college or in a job reservation, that we have a separate identity. It is time to dissolve that identity. It is time to recognize and accept that Kashmiri identity is nothing but it is an Indian and Hindu identity. With that single focus, let us take a pledge, let us take a vow. Whatever we can do in next 5 years, in next 10 years, to support the effort of a resilient and a determined and a willful government to change the landscape of our ancestors' land, to re-establish the culture, we will contribute our part. With this, I really want to thank you all, and thank you.
Thank you, Sureshji. I know Sureshji had a tough day yesterday. His son is not well, and he actually was hospitalized in MGH. And when I spoke to him about his travel yesterday, he had to reschedule his flight from 4 o'clock in the afternoon to the last one coming into DC so that he could be at the hospital with his son. So thank you for sharing those. I know it's tough when your mind is somewhere else and still you have to come and keep that commitment. So I appreciate that. And I'm sure you all are excited by what all you are hearing. And I'm sure you are taking your thoughts into converting them into questions for our panelists, which we will come to after our fourth panelist speaks. At this point, my fourth panelist is Padma Shri Dr. Subhash Kak. Professor Kak has his PhD in electric engineering from IIT Delhi. Currently, Dr. Kak is the Regents Professor of Computer Science Department at Oklahoma State University, Stillwater, and Honorary Visiting Professor of Engineering at JNU, Delhi. Professor Kak has published on the history of science, the philosophy of science, ancient astronomy, and history of mathematics. He has written so many articles that it's very difficult even to list them. He's one of the most sought after speakers. In 2019, Government of India awarded him with Padma Shri, the fourth highest civilian award in India. We are lucky to have him as our community member and also as the member of American Hindu Society in America. Dr. Kak, again, I have a question for you because you do a lot of research and you base everything on facts. What is the cultural significance of Kashmir and its place in history of Bharat? And I use the word Bharat, and I know you understand why. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjay ji. Thank you, panelists, and namaskar to everybody. I'm going to confine my remarks to the specific question that Sanjay ji has asked me. What is Kashmir in a larger sense, or how do we understand Kashmir's contribution to India or Indian civilization, and perhaps to world civilization? That's what we want to understand. Now, Kashmir has had, as all of us know, a fraught history for the past several centuries. And we often go back to lull dead to the music that we have of the past couple of 100 years, the great food we often associated with Kashmiriyat, Rogan Josh and Yakni and this and that. But is there something more to it? And I will very, very quickly go over it. And I want to address that not from just the perspective of what the past is, but also from the perspective of what importance and significance it might have for the future, because ultimately, past is only stories. Where we live in is the unfolding future, the present and the unfolding future. Those who are interested in Kashmir around the world quite often are, apart from its recent literature, are also interested in what is called Kashmir Shaivism. A lot of you know about Kashmir Shaivism. Abhinav Gupta's name came up. And the reason why Kashmir Shaivism is of such great interest around the world is because it addresses the most fundamental questions of science in the most direct way. What it addresses is the mystery of what is consciousness. As we know, whether you are from computer science or neuroscience or medical science, the ultimate mystery that we have is what is consciousness. And that is what Kashmir Shaivism, about 1300 years ago, enlarged this whole framework of Vedanta and did it in the most wonderful way so that it brought in aesthetics, the whole approach to how art is something that remakes us, changes us, and came up with a whole host of concepts, and some of which I would be more than happy to enlarge upon or develop if we have questions on that, or perhaps in remarks later on. But with a more quick overview, to come back to the question that I was asked, is that prior to Kashmir Shaivism, and it's really not different from Vedanta, it's a part of Vedanta, it's a part of looking at the ultimate nature of reality in a totally non-sectarian way, in a universal way. This is why people from all over the world are talking about it, and this is something that I also personally work on. Prior to that, it's not so widely known that what is classical Chinese and Japanese civilization was created through the interpretations of many Kashmirian philosophers and Sanskrit scholars who went from Kashmir, and they remembered that, and they did this in Khotan, which is the current day Xinjiang. And there are names like Kumar Jeev and many, many others. And it's the interpretation they gave to standard ideas which had been given a certain twist. For example, the idea of Madhyamik philosophy, Mahayana, which is Shunyata. They said no. Kumarji, for example, said Shunyata is also to be viewed as fullness. These are the two perspectives from Vedanta. The perspective of neti, not this, or aham brahmasmi, that I am the entire cosmos. So the perspective they gave, which was adopted by the classical Chinese civilization and Buddhist civilization in Japan, was really this amazing, one might want to call it, in this limited sense, because here we are in this particular meeting, of a Kashmirian view which emphasized art and fullness and participation in the world. These are all great things associated with the highest Indian ideals. There is sometimes people argue that maybe the Indian way of relating to reality is too austere. There is this emphasis on renunciation and so on. But what Kashmir says that no, this reality also is a projection of divinity. So you can, by being fully engaged with this reality, also find the mystery of it. And that is why art has a very important, is a very important component of it all. Now, I also want to very quickly go on to the great deep historical point that Tariq Fatehji was making, was that what has happened in Kashmir, and certainly Article 370 and 35A from a political perspective are very important components of what's happened. And there was, this whole politics in Kashmir over the last 70 years had gotten stuck in a groove, and a change was needed. And what has happened by the abolition of these, of the operation of these articles in Kashmir is to give movement, change to the political process. And hopefully things can change in a particular fashion, which would be good for everybody concerned. Because I agree with Tariq Fatehji that India is a wonderful place, a unique place where historically India has given refuge to all different perspectives, and it continues to do so because its approach to the world is an overarching one. It's universal. It says, yeah, you can look at things from this way or that way, but ultimately behind all these appearances, there is a universal way where all people can go and make sense of how they relate to the world in a manner where people can find commonality with other perspectives. So from this sense, what India and what certainly Kashmir's deepest contributions have for the world right now, a world which is quite divided, and we see this happening in Europe with all its internal contradictions, perhaps even in the US, and certainly the struggle that is occurring between China and the US in the field of technology and leadership in the world. Ultimately, what I see happening over the next few decades is with increasing automation and AI, with jobs going away permanently, that humanity all over the world will have to confront this whole question of, who are we? Where do we stand? Where do we go from here to there? And I think the answers would come perhaps from this amazing framework that emerged in Kashmir, which we call, the Kashmirian Shaivism, which really means the approach to consciousness, which is universal because we see it in all humanity and all sentient beings. And from there, I think solutions would emerge. And therefore, I think Kashmir is not just a question of the past, and certainly the immediate political past going back to 70 years with all the issues that were a part of it, which led to the unfortunate events of the 1980s and 1990s, but possibly with letting history unfold the way it ought to be, it should, and it will, where the contradictions that underlie in the state of Pakistan, which has certainly been behind a lot of the troubles in Kashmir, will probably run their own course, and possibly the larger political equations that need to be resolved, not just in India but beyond, and perhaps the pressures that are being created, which will lead to the resolution. We can't really tell what exactly would happen, because no political borders are sacrosanct for all times, and there are great pressures that have emerged in Pakistan and certainly in Afghanistan and the whole region. So hopefully out of all these troubles, will emerge a resolution which will also facilitate the return of the Kashmiri Hindus back to the valley, and Kashmir and India showing a way not only to Asia, but to the rest of the world as well. Because I am quite convinced that that India will play an increasingly more powerful role in world affairs. In fact, I'm sure most of you know that according to World Economic Forum of Geneva, in 2030, India would be the world's second largest economy in nominal dollar terms. It'll be China, India, and the US, not on a per capita basis. And already in purchasing power parity, India is already the third largest economy. It's China, US, and India. But in nominal economic dollar terms also, it's going to change. So things are changing. We can see that. And through my very frequent trips to India in the last several months, I can see this happening at so many different levels. Also in the decision making, that is taking place at many different levels. So I think we have to be hopeful and positive, because the future belongs to those who believe in the future. That is certainly true, because if you give up, then clearly nothing is going to happen. So I think, looking back and looking into the future. Looking back, the most amazing place, in my view, in the whole world, in terms of the contribution that it has made to world civilization, is Kashmir. Not just literature, philosophy, art, Vishnu Dharmottar Puran, or the greatest novel, in my view, written in the whole world literature is Yoga Vasishta. If you haven't read it, I do recommend it. No book like this, but 1,000 years old. Amazing, amazing place. We should be proud of it, and we should be energized by it. And not just to be absorbed in the past, but to have the energy to show the leadership for the future, because the future is going to be a very complicated place. All that science has created, amazing technology, insights, is also creating the most difficult problems for all of humanity. And people are talking of a dystopia, where there are no jobs and you all have certain universal basic income, but then just money cannot bring you happiness. So I think that's where I believe that as a community, at dinner last night, it was pointed out that maybe what we need to do as a community is to have an effective mentorship program for the youth, so that they can, first of all, be guided through the opportunities that exist. And as we also know that ultimately, we may speak of it being a level playing field where things are decided only on the CVs, cold, dark pages on CVs. No, it's all about networking. It's all about who can recommend who else. Not in a nepotistic way, but you know people that here, these are people who are well-rounded, who understand where to go, who are fair-minded. Kashmiris are also very fair-minded people, which is why Kashmiris over the last 2-3 centuries, even through all the hard times they went through, there was a Kashmiri prime minister even of Afghanistan. Kashmiris were so many of these divans all across India. And why? Because at our homes, the virtue of being fair-minded, of looking beyond who you are and trying to be, right for everybody. I think we in our families have done that, and certainly looking back as I was growing up in Kashmir, through our relatives and friends of my parents and others, those are things that we have valued, and I think they were wonderful things, because these were people with great wisdom that we learned from. And what we can hope to do, and we certainly would like to do, is to pass that on in these times where universities are telling you that look at differences, that here this is X and this is Y and they are different and maybe everybody should be fighting everybody else. Sadly, that's where modern universities have come to. What our culture emphasized was this universality. How do we do things so that everybody, no matter who they are, what their background is, that they are able to be as creative as they can be? How do we create conditions so that we have prosperity for all? So with this, let me stop and thank you very much, and certainly we'll be glad to answer questions.
Thank you, Subhaji. We had an interesting perspective from each of the panelists. Won't you agree? About Articles 370 and 35A, as you know, it did not restrict Kashmiri Hindus in any way, but definitely we welcome it. It was our desire. And we do definitely welcome the gender equality aspect of it. That meant a lot of sense to our community, as it did to any local Kashmiri. The other aspect of revocation of these articles is, what did it bring to the local people? How do they feel? We did not touch that aspect, but it would definitely come in the other panel discussions later on. But I do need to mention a couple of things. One, some of my friends who from time to time keep on sending clippings from the newspapers, and one of the clippings recently that was sent to me by my cousin who lives in Mumbai, his name is Ashok Kol. It was a clipping from Times of India, and it said there were 2 cops who were Kashmiri policemen who were killed by the terrorists. And a person in Gujarat, in Kuch area, actually awarded 1.5 lakh each to those families. That is the love that is coming from rest of India to Kashmiris. And it's opening up the opportunities for Kashmir. It is integrating Kashmir with the rest of India. So now, finally we come to that end of the panel discussion where we have some interaction. So I have been told that we have about 30 minutes. And I have also received one note from the audience, because Tariq Fateh Sahab asked, are people from other states here in India? And somebody told me to let you know that we have representation from Karnataka, Gujarat, Andhra Pradesh, and UP. Bengal and Maharashtra too. I can't hear you. Uttarakhand. Uttarakhand. Very good. And every state in India. I have received few questions, but we'll definitely open the floor for you guys to ask questions. I will start with what I have received, and if we have time, others will also get a chance. The first one is from Sudhanshu Joshi ji, and it is to Sushil ji, to you. He is asking, what do you expect to happen when curfew is lifted in Kashmir? And what do you anticipate to happen? You have the mics in front of you. Just let's have one on. Yeah, we can just pass it around.
So, for your information, curfew has already been lifted weeks back. There has been no curfew. It's a myth spread that Kashmir is under curfew. Kashmir had 144 imposed, where more than 4 people assembling was declared illegal. There was no curfew in Kashmir. Now, what you're asking, the spirit of your question is, when all restrictions are lifted, restrictions such as use of internet, WhatsApp, SMSs, when postpaid connections are restored, and so on and so forth. So when there is complete freedom and even 144 is lifted, what do you expect? All right. So all these restrictions were in place to prevent mobilization for violence. And it was in anticipation such preemptive measures were taken. And Kashmir saw unprecedented peace. In 2 months, not a single person died of police or security forces' bullet. People don't remember how long back this kind of continuous peace ever prevailed in Kashmir. So there was a success on that count. No lives were lost. Yes, there was a raging debate as to why shouldn't people be allowed to view their videos on WhatsApp. And the simple answer for that was right to life always scores over liberties to watch videos. And that must be respected. Now, whenever quote-unquote normalcy is restored, because normalcy in the context of Kashmir is encounters taking place, stone pelting happening, people dying, that people have, the champions of human rights have come to define normalcy in the state of Kashmir as things like these happening, when stones being pelted on the army, convoys being ambushed, all that is normal Kashmir. Would you have it? So, if that happens, whenever that happens, and there is eruption of violence, let's take the worst case scenario. Let me tell you, we've seen worse than that. What are you worried about? You've seen a genocide in Kashmir 30 years back. Can it get worse than that? So what are these exaggerations all about? And if any of this nuisance is even contemplated or sought to be enacted, one thing that Kashmir knows now is that there is not a government in center which will wink and nudge or perhaps ignore all this and let this happen. That writ of the state, which was conspicuous by its absence all this while, has surfaced and is now going to have a play on ground. Now, this is amply made clear, whoever may have ideas. But interesting thing is, those who think that Kashmir must go back to normal times are actually asking for blood on the streets, only to disprove the point that Article 370 and 35A removal was the biggest crime that you could have committed, and therefore there would be reaction, and that reaction would come in the shape of human lives getting lost, large-scale rioting, arson, chaos, and complete disruption of order. Even if lives are lost in that, so be it, because that helps you discredit the current leadership and the government. That is the mindset of those who are sympathetic to Kashmiri cause. Ironical as it may sound, but that is what people sympathetic to Kashmir are looking for, are waiting for, or actually calling for. So, speculation about what might happen on ground is perhaps not so important, but what people are wishing that they should see on ground is more important, and that is what is exposing attitudes. That is what is exposing a lot of people who champion the cause of jihad in Kashmir. And that is what we need to highlight. That is what we need to underscore and engage with and say, is this what you want? Only to prove a point that these decisions should not have been taken. That's where I rest my case.
Thank you, Sushilji. I just want to make two comments. That I have received a handful of questions. I'm not sure if I can have them answer each one of them. And so I request the panelists to be as brief as possible so that we can go through this list of questions. Secondly, we also are live streaming this session, and there are many on the Facebook who are actually watching and interacting. And if they have any questions, we'll pick one or two from that audience as well, I have been told. So those who are watching this, if you have a question specific to our panel, please ask now. And I also want to make a request to this audience that when you ask questions, please specify exactly who you want that question to answer and limit it to the topic of this session, because I see a lot of questions which may actually get answered later in the day. So I don't want actually to include them. So bear with me for that. I'll take that liberty. My second question actually is for Tariq Fatehji. Mr. Mahendra Sapa here is saying, cows and goats go to slaughterhouse, but lions and tigers do not.
I can't hear you. I couldn't hear you.
That's a comment, but his question is, how can we reverse the situation, ensuring justification to Hindus in India?
Forget about lions and goats for a moment. You need to be able to take criticism and lower your ego, perhaps read Bulle Shah a little bit to understand that self-praise is never going to get you anywhere. If you can't realize that in the last 1 week 500 people were killed by the Turks, or that Erdogan is the one who is funding the Kashmir jihad, and there are no Kurds over here. So now please don't someone stand up and say my forefather was a Kurd. Because to send a note to the moderator and for him to answer on my behalf, I find that quite funny. All of you lost the point I was making. You're preaching to yourself. You're praising yourself. We are great people. We are great people. How does that address the issue? You think the people of the Andes are not great? People in Fiji are not great? Are Sri Lankans not great? The Maldives? You think the Bengalis are stupid? For goodness sake, this is an international human rights issue. And you have no allies. Ilhan Omar sits in the Congress. You sit over here. 50,000 Somalis get a member in the Congress. Sorry? I said 50,000 Somalis who came as refugees got a member in the Congress in a matter of 5 years. After all your success, you can't even boast of a city councillor that supports you. So what is this greatness that you're talking about? The Kashmiris are great civilization. I'm sorry. There are no great people and there are no ungreat people. Human beings are human beings. So there are no lions and there are no goats. You can only win this war if you are able to be humble and to accept that after 30 years you have accomplished immense wealth and no influence. You today have the Congress going to address issues of minorities. And there is the Times of India editor who will speak over here. But how many of you know that the person organizing that with Brad Sherman is a pro-Indian Sindhi? But because he's a Muslim, most of the people I met said, "Oh, dekho, wahan to Pakistani baitha hua." You don't even know him. Has anyone met him? He lives in DC. He's organizing the biggest pro-India coup on Congress, and he's being accused of being a Pakistani. वो हंस रहा है. Where do we put him? As a lion or a goat? For goodness sake, humility is what will win. Your wealth is going to accomplish nothing. Nothing, because one of the multi-trillionaires can buy out the entire community and sink you in Antarctica and you wouldn't know. Wealth is today concentrated in multiples that you cannot even fathom. That there are billionaires giving away billions and they can't give it away. Your voice only matters if you talk to other people, not yourself. You're talking to yourself.
Very good point. Thank you, Tariq Saab. I have a question for Dr. Jain. I do not know who wrote this. They didn't put their name. It says, how do we educate and motivate the next generation of Indian Americans to be engaged here in topics like this?
I think it is a good question. And charity begins at home. We will have to develop a mechanism to engage our youth over the dining table, talking about the issues. We will have to discuss the relevant issues at the community level. We'll have to engage ourselves in the education system. Tariq ji very nicely said, unless and until our voice is heard, we are not going to educate anyone. We need to keep in mind our youth, our children. They spend hardly 5 to 10% of active time with us. Even in that 5 to 10% of that active time, they are not interested in what we want to talk to them. 80% of their active time is spent in school, in college campuses. There is an ecosystem in those school and in those college campuses. That ecosystem influences them. I will not be taking too long. For example, if you really need to enjoy that juicy, delicious, sweet Kashmiri apple, you need to grow in Kashmir. There is an ecosystem, there is an environment, there is a temperature, there is a soil chemistry that give that wholeness and the taste to that apple. If you want to grow that apple in Washington, D.C., yes, you may have a good apple, a delicious apple, but it will not be the same taste which come from that ecosystem. So what I'm trying to say is we will have to create that ecosystem not within our households, but in the educational system and the society where our children go. So it is a continuous process. We will have to sacrifice to build that ecosystem. When I say sacrifice, I don't mean we have to pick up the gun or the lathis or go to the border. We'll have to sacrifice our time. We will have to educate. We will have to prepare. We will have to go to our children's classroom to talk about the Hindu cause. We'll have to go to our children's classroom to talk about Kashmiri cause. We'll have to go and talk about the culture so that they don't feel ashamed when they are talking with their peers. It is the peer pressure which prevents that education barrier. So it is my humble request, let us find a mechanism to become active part of the communities where we live. Let us educate the communities where we live. Let us become the voice of the society. Let us not contain ourselves by becoming voice in the society, another noise.
I just want to add a point here. You've got a member in Congress, Ro Khanna, who's supporting the Pakistani, right? It's not shameful. Let me tell you something. There's more. It's Nikki Haley who had to change her name from Randhawa and Nimrata. You don't meet a Pakistani who changes his name. You think that governor of Louisiana who twice changed his religion? Huh? I wrote to him, Bobby in India is women, you know, from that movie you picked even the wrong name. But they're all Indians. And they won't give a cent to the Indian cause. Right? Nikki Haley can't figure out who she is. These are the issues that you have to tackle when you're saying that every campus has an MSA in it, right? From the young people. Every university campus in the United States, every high school has an MSA in it. And raise your hands, those who know what is an MSA. Yeah, well, the college students who are here, right? You know how they operate. It's the Muslim Brotherhood. It's Jamaat Islami. ISNA, ICNA, involved in 9/11. ISNA charged with sending money to Jammu and Kashmir. $5 million caught red-handed from its Canada branch. They still manipulate who gets elected. Ghulam Nabi Faye, a convicted felon, has the audacity to come with Imran Khan and get a photograph taken. Look at their zeal, at how they are working and what they are saying. I'll give you just one example of the difference between the Pakistani and the Indian, and I'll let go. That's the New York protest. 5,000 Indians, 5,000 Pakistanis. All the Indians wanted the buses to drop them where they were supposed to protest, which turned out to be cages. For those who went there would know. The Pakistanis said we'd get dropped off 2 miles to the north. So they could parade with their flags and chant Takbir Allahu Akbar right down New York City alleys. What did the Indians do? For 3 hours they chanted Bharat Mata Ki Jai, Jai Shri Ram. You name me one American who understood anything about it. What did the Pakistanis say? India is a fascist state. I begged the Indians to have just one slogan that is ready-made, which is called Incredible India. But there were philosophers over there who were very rich from New Jersey and Texas and Dallas and California. They were determining what a political slogan is as if they were selling some product they had invented. This is a political fight. You don't get into cages on your own request. But our aunties couldn't walk because they had come in the Sunday best and they came with dhols. The Pakistanis came with sticks. Danda, they beat up Indians, Pakistanis, Baloch, MQM, Pashtuns. 50 people attacked me, the Indian reporter, and they ran away. They ran away. अरे मैंने कहा एक चांटा खाओगे 50 अरेस्ट होंगे. सिर्फ एक आदमी चांटा खा ले इनसे पुलिस पकड़ के ले जाएगी. They ran away before getting slapped. And I kept daring them, मार के देखो. नहीं मारा. You have to dare these people. गुंडे और लॉयर की लड़ाई में कभी लॉयर नहीं जीता. गुंडा हमेशा जीता. If you don't want to be a gunda in a gunda's fight, then let your Bombay criminals live in Karachi, from where they will issue orders to kill someone like me, and when it comes to me getting beaten up, as seen in that Rekhta, 300 people attacked me. When police had to come to rescue me, 300. Not a single Indian in Delhi wanted to be where I was. अरे कैरियर खराब होता था, पुलिस में नाम लग गया तो मारे गए. मारे गए. ICS का एग्जाम है, किसी का क्या हो रहा है, कोई खड़ा कर लड़ाई नहीं. एक सरदार थे और एक वो बनारस का हमारा भोले. So there are people, but you have to have anger which translates into action. एक दफा थप्पड़ खा के देखो पब्लिक में, 10 तो बंद वहीं हो जाते, पुलिस लेके जाएगी।
No matter how much we want to hear you, the time is of essence. Please bear with me. I just want to give Subhashji the last word because I have a pile of questions, but somebody is asking that my kids who are born here, how do we bring Kashmir to them, and also how do we get Sanskrit and Kashmir Shivism back into action? But briefly, you have the last word.
Yeah, okay. Very briefly, the challenge is before the kids can be taught, the parents have to know it. And sadly, what has happened, not just in North America, but also in India, it's the parents who don't understand the past. And they have been depending on the state. There are complaints, why aren't the textbooks being changed? Or what have we done in the last 70 years? People have to take charge. And as people do, for example, in the US, there's a lot of ground up stuff going on by way of culture, by way of various activities that happen. And we don't have the same level of ground up stuff going on. So, to come back to your question, the parents should get involved, and then there needs to be some brainstorming as to what other community-based things could be done which facilitates this process.
Thank you so much. There's so much to learn from all these learned people, but I have my limitations. And please join me in giving a big hand to my esteemed panel, Sri Tariq Fateh, Dr. Suresh Jain, Dr. Subhash Kak, Sri Sushil Pandit. Thank you so much. If you agree with me, we'll take 5-minute break and then we'll get on with our second session, which is the youth panel.
So before we head out, I would like to, we're going to have a Hindustani classical music performance. If you guys could all sit down, please. I'm sorry for the confusion. Okay, we'll just do it after 10 minutes then, after the break.
Once they
all right.
stand up, it's very difficult to make them sit.
Thank you. You just want the, Is my lipstick all over the place or is it? No, it's perfect. Stay on. It's fine. Is mine okay? Oh, I have my purse, and if you can find it, the icebreaker, I'll bring it for you. It's over there. I'll bring it. Everybody, please settle down. Could the volunteers please inform people outside to come back in? So while we're all coming in, I want to say how close music is to the heart of every Kashmiri Pandit, every Indian. And an event or any gathering is never possible without a performance which ties us to our roots. So far away from home, I think music is what keeps us tied together, keeps us tied back to our roots. We have with us Rishabh Sharma, a sitarist, music producer, and composer. He's born in the year 1998 and is the fourth generation of the renowned Rikhi Ram family of luthiers and the youngest disciple of Bharat Ratna, late Pandit Ravi Shankar ji. Rishabh started playing the sitar at the age of 10, and his father right here, Mr. Sanjay Sharma, is his first guru. After showing great commitment to his instrument, Rishabh started he had a performance in 2011 with his father, and in the audience was the sitar maestro Pandit Ravi Shankar himself. And he was so impressed by his performance that he took Rishabh under his guidance and became his guru. I think that's an amazing and impressive thing, and we are so thankful and proud to have both of them here with us at this event. Let us please give a big round of applause for Rishabh Sharma. Sanjay Sharma is the professional musician, a music producer and has roots in Chamba, back in India. He's a musical instrument innovator and a designer. Of course, he's also owner of his family-run heritage company called Rikhi Ram, and we're so happy to have him over here. I was looking at one of the Instagram posts, and one of his instruments that he handcrafted for Pandit Ravi Shankar ji is displayed in the Metropolitan Museum in New York. He's based in New York and New Delhi. He's, of course, also a tablaist today for us, and we are so thankful for him to come all the way from New York, driving down in heavy traffic yesterday. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Namaskar, everyone. She was talking about being far from home, but I think home is where loving people are, so I got so much love here. This is home for me. So there's nothing more beautiful and scary at the same time to have your guru on stage with you performing. And I'm so grateful that he agreed. He's a very busy man, and he agreed to volunteer for this very cool event. And I'm really grateful for that. So that's my father, Sanjay Sharma. Before I start, I would like to tell you what I'm going to play. It's morning for another 25 minutes, so I'll just play 5 minutes of Alap Jod in Rag Alayya Bilawal. And Alap is a very slow progression of the raga. And I would like you to close your eyes and meditate and just flow with the music. After that, I'll play bhajan, Pahadi bhajan. It's called Shiv Kailash. Some of you may know, which my mom used to sing to me when I was a child. And some Pahadi dhun mix, Mr. Pahadi dhun. And I will end with a very special song, which is very Belua Belua. Many of you are nodding their heads. So, if my music moves you, the credit is all due to my gurus. And if I make any mistakes, that's on me. Thank you so much.
and gentlemen, the father-son duo. In front of 50,000 people at Howdy Modi. Second.
Thank you again. This was really, really beyond what I had thought it would be. Awesome. And thank you for traveling all the way from New York, which took them 8 hours instead of 3 or 4 hours in this heavy traffic. So we're going to move on to the youth session. But before we do that, I have the privilege to introduce to you Mr. Mridyu Pawan Das. He is from Embassy of India. He is here, he's currently the counselor of the embassy in Washington, D.C. He has been in Indian Foreign Services since 2014, and he has worked in as a diplomat in other countries, including Bangladesh, Persia, and Bhutan. So please welcome Mr. Mridyu. He will speak a few words.
Thank you so much for the introduction, Dr. Malik. And I'm extremely delighted to be here in your midst on behalf of the Indian Embassy. As I said, these initiatives are very important, so extremely delighted to be here. Well, I'm here essentially to give you all a sense of the government of India thinking behind the decisions that we took in August to the Sufi Islam that was practiced in Kashmir for centuries. Now, Sufi Islam is very tolerant. And in this effort, social media, internet was used in the drive towards its radicalization, using fake news and propaganda. But I must tell you, along with the increasing socio-economic disparity due to Article 370, coupled with the drive towards what I just mentioned, the radicalization of the youth and infiltration of terrorists by Pakistan, this metastasized into a serious national security issue that did not stay localized to Jammu and Kashmir. All of you are aware of the fact that the Indian Parliament was attacked in December 2001. All of you are also aware of the 2008 Mumbai attacks, which claimed 166 victims, including 5 Americans. So what do these steps taken by Government of India in August mean? Essentially, now first of all, I must tell you that these steps have passed the resounding majority in both houses of Parliament. And the entire idea, as I said, as per the development goal or objective of the government, these steps are for the socio-economic development of Jammu and Kashmir. The region needs to enjoy all the benefits available to all other parts of India, and this has not happened over the last 70 odd years. So it was passed with a resounding mandate in the Indian Parliament. You would have heard the Honorable Member of Parliament from Ladakh, Jamyang Shering Namgyal, speaking passionately about the benefits of reorganization of the state and the creation of Ladakh. It is also important to understand that this decision by Government of India does not impact the line of control with Pakistan or the international border, doesn't have any international ramifications. So this is an internal matter, internal to the Government of India, doesn't have any external ramifications. Now, I mentioned cross-border terrorism. I mentioned 42,000 victims. I must mention here the plight of the Kashmiri Pandits, starting with 89, 90s, and what happened to them. As part of the systematic effort being waged by Pakistan to send in terrorists and all that, Kashmiri Pandits were forced to leave their own homelands and go outside and take refuge elsewhere. So, and they suffered so much. Their plight makes all of us so sad. And this goes to show the way the state of Jammu and Kashmir was being used by all these, by our neighbor Pakistan. We always would like them to be a friendly neighbor, but unfortunately they have been using cross-border terrorism. And Kashmiri Pandits had borne the brunt of this. And so it is important that the imperatives of the government take full momentum here in Jammu and Kashmir. So what the government has been doing is, apart from the fact that the government has basically been progressively easing out all the restrictions in Jammu and Kashmir. As I speak to you, there are no movement restrictions, there are no traffic restrictions. There are no restrictions as far as communication is concerned, whether it's mobile connectivity, whether it's landline connectivity, whether it's essential supplies being available, whether it's hospitals being open, whether it's banking and ATM facilities being available, whether it's rail connectivity, flight services. The government has taken all possible steps to ensure that there is normalcy in Jammu and Kashmir. But at the same time, of course, we have had, the government has had to, take certain steps to ensure that the law and order remains in control. Now, I'd like to spend some more time on the socio-economic aspect of it. As most of you would be aware, we're looking at the Block Development Council elections, which are scheduled to be held on 24th of October. These elections will be held for 310 blocks of the 316 blocks in the state. It's an important development as part of our, the three-tier structure that we have in India, local governance structure, including local governance structure. On the more concrete steps on the economic front, a minimum support price mechanism for the main crop apple has been announced by the government. So all 3 grades of apple produced in Jammu and Kashmir will be purchased by NAFED. This increase in the minimum support price for apples will aid over 700,000 apple farmers in Jammu and Kashmir. Along with that, an action plan for promoting saffron cultivation, storage and processing at the cost of $12 million has been approved on 28th of September. Now, as far as the social changes are concerned, the legislations of Government of India, which aim at socio-economic development, especially on the social sphere, will come into play now in Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh. So this will lead to some very important steps in the future. Or developments in the future. This will outlaw domestic violence in Jammu and Kashmir. Citizens will have the right to information. Now, right to information obviously is of extreme importance in the democracy. India is the largest democracy. So citizens will enjoy the right to information. Children of Jammu and Kashmir will get right to education. Now, imagine a fundamental right not being available to a particular region in the country. So the children of Jammu and Kashmir will get all the benefits flowing from the right to education. Some of the welfare schemes of Government of India which are not available to the region, like employment guarantee of 100 days of work for a household, those become available. Inheritance laws will now be in conformity with the Indian Constitution. You had this provision under Article 35A, the resident clause, which meant that women from Kashmir marrying non-residents had to forego their rights of inheritance for themselves and their children. This will change. It brings in equal rights for communities. The practice of triple talaq, which is anyway another legislation brought by the government before these steps on Jammu and Kashmir, will end. And most importantly, removal of investment restrictions. As per Article 35A, unless you're a resident of Jammu and Kashmir, you could not invest in properties, buy, sell property. That's going to change. So expect investments, expect participation of the private sector. And there are already some proposals of industry bodies and private sector going in investing in the state. So at the end of the day, the idea is to bring in enough investment, create this conducive environment in the state, create jobs, create local employment, provide an opportunity to the youth. This panel is about youth. Provide an opportunity to the youth to look at all these positive developments, to have well-paid jobs ensured by the Government of India. So these steps by Government of India need to be seen in that context. And so with these words, I would like to wish you all the best, and thank you very much for having me here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will like to start the youth panel in 1 minute. I only have one question. I know that the minister may or may not answer this for me, but I still have a question from the community. I heard what is happening to Kashmir and what is happening for the local people. What is government doing for our displaced people? We still have 1,500 people in Jammu camps in 1 4x4 square rooms. And I will talk about that later on, but I would like to know what government is planning for them.
As I said, the socio-economic development of the state won, but on your issue, on the issue of Kashmiri Pandits, as I said, the government is aware of their plight. Government is aware of the plight and what they have gone through over the last 3 decades. So as I said, the effort is to have this conducive environment in the state, and this is like the government is trying its level best to see to it that we try and create. And that's why all these efforts at cross-border terrorism, that is where it started, right? We are having we are trying to address the issue everywhere in the international fora. Pakistan tried to take it to the UN Security Council. They could not succeed. It was a closed-door session ultimately, so they could not have a public session because 13 out of 15 members, 5 permanent and 10 non-permanent makes it 15, right? support in India to the, I mean, in the sense that, it could not become an international issue. So what I'm saying is, this is a well thought out, conscious process. All of us need to be patient. We know, when our Prime Minister was here in Houston, he met, members of the Kashmiri community here. And, and it is not for nothing that he's using this motto of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas. He wants to have everyone move along. So all of us need to be patient. The government is taking those steps. The government wants to give you back your rights. But we need to be patient. We need to support the government. And of course, embassies, consulates, all of us are at your service. But let's support the government, because the government has got very honest intentions. The government is here to make a difference in lives of people, to work towards a prosperous, happy India. And I believe we need to be patient here. We need to support, we all of us, I mean, your community, everyone, with surely but surely, you'll be able to, get your rights back and all that you aspire for. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. There is one thing that we have, and that is patience. We've been waiting for 30 years, 3 decades. So thank you for...
370 has changed now.
I know. So that's why I'm saying that we will wait. We are looking for some relief in our community, and we have waited a long time, and we will wait. And we are very hopeful and thankful that there are some steps being thought for our community. Thank you again. Thank you. So with this, I will like to introduce you to the next session, which is going to be the youth session, which will be post August 5 concerns that our youth have. And Nisha is going to be leading this session. So I would like to introduce you to Nisha Kasba, and after that, Nisha will introduce all the other speakers for this session. Nisha really doesn't need any introduction. We all know Nisha. She and Amrita, I call my left and right arms, and that is really true. Before we discussed that we want to do something, and we are kind of volunteering, me and Amrita, we will do this, and next thing we know is Nisha is already on our WhatsApp. Okay, here it is. So we're like, give us a chance to. But she's she's really, really the pride of the community and my pride as well. And I'm sure that she makes her parents proud. Nisha has taken on herself lately, as you know, after August 5th, there has been so much miscommunication. And rightfully, her mom was getting a little concerned when she would go herself to all these events where she will stand and start asking them questions. So we were all trying to be very supportive, at the same time very protective of her, saying, please let us know, we'll go with you. And we were so concerned that she's going by herself and really fighting for all of us. With that, thank you, Nisha, and here she is.
I will introduce you as negative media coverage has impacted the youth and our identity and potentially even alienation from our roots as a result. Not just for the Kashmiri Pandit community, but also for the larger Indian community. I am Nisha Kaspa. I am the KOA Youth Director for the past 3 years. Where I fostered my love for Kashmir was straight at home. I grew up with all 4 grandparents, and though I loved the experience of growing up with them, and I have the privilege of having a Nanaji that told me the soups to nuts about Kashmir, I'm someone who's never stepped foot in Kashmir, but I can tell you quite a lot of the history because of my grandparents. But the reality is that they lived with us because they lived in exile to the day that they passed, never to return back to their homeland. For the sake of this session, I've broken it up into 3 pieces. Post August 5th, we've seen an uptake and an increase in what is called teach-ins and what is called educational sessions. Many of you, I'm sure, have seen events on Facebook, Eventbrite, so have you. Beyond the academic institutions, the think tanks that really propel a lot of this misinformation, or what we call here misinformation warfare, many of these events are hosted and organized by Kashmiris, furthering the legitimacy and confusing the narrative. Since as natives, myself being a Kashmiri Pandit and knowing the true history, it's very easy for me to call out and see how they cherry pick what suits the agenda. But it's really difficult sometimes as someone who's born and raised in the United States, having to have these conversations with our colleagues, with our classmates. How do we navigate? How do we argue back? How do we say that, no, it's not human rights violations? We went through human rights violations in 1990. What were our experiences? And so each one of us who sits on this panel today have been civically engaged post August 5th. And each of us will reiterate what our experience has been, what the reaction for the external community has been. And when we ask for a balanced discussion, why is the Kashmiri Pandit voice not weighted equally to the Kashmiri Muslim narrative that is perpetuating into the Western media? After hearing about our panelists' own experiences, we're going to take the step a little bit further beyond the Kashmiri Pandit community, because as we've noticed before, we're trying to break down the regionalization of India. We're obviously Kashmiri first. I definitely consider myself Kashmiri, but I'm also Indian too. And what does that mean for our identity? And that is something that Parth can really touch upon, specifically as a Hindu in this country, and the shift in paradigm we've noticed in the rhetoric around a religion that inherently is very peaceful and tolerant, but there's so much media as a result of the abrogation that's completely negative about the same religion that promotes yoga, meditation, chakras, things that the Western world soaks up, but likes to also alienate it from the faith that it actually is rooted in, which is Hinduism. After that, there was an anonymous survey that was sent out to the Kashmiri Pandit youth. As you can notice, probably in this room, there's not that many of them. But we got to send out a survey, and you're going to see some testimonies from actual Kashmiris from throughout the country. Most of them are working professionals that answered. We had a couple college students, and we'll get to answering their questions that they have proposed to us. So I'm going to start with kind of what many of you probably have had to deal with are these headlines. In my view, they're extremely jarring and triggering, and I'll point to 3 that probably irritate me the most. And I picked specifically media outlets that have quite a large audience, because these are the articles that my colleagues point to first. So you have New York Times, Washington Post, BBC, Al Jazeera, and CNN, and hopefully you can tell which headlines are matched with which. But probably the most concerning ones is the India's settler colonial project in Kashmir takes a disturbing turn. When did Indians become colonizers of their own country? When did that happen? Didn't we just get independence 70 years ago? I'll take to another one. this one was written by a Kashmiri Pandit, and we'll get to this a little bit later as to the de-unity within the community, but we'll get to that a little bit later. But the one that's at the bottom, and maybe some of you guys can't see, India must stop weaponizing the pain of Kashmiri Pandits. What does that mean? Weaponizing our pain? And I'll tell you the most irritating, because these were ones that my own friends actually posted. Kashmiri Pandits must reimagine the idea of return to Kashmir. Reimagine? Why do we have to reimagine it? We left. We were kicked out. So these are some of the headlines that we've had to navigate within the Kashmiri Pandit community, and I know there's been a lot of uproar on the ones that I specifically spoke about. In the world of millennials, I have to bring up kind of the backdrop of folks our age, what resonates with them, who do they talk to? And these are two folks I'm sure many of you guys will probably already know what I'm about to say. Priyanka Chopra got backlash in August for something that she Instagrammed in February about the Pulwama attacks. All she said was Jai Hind, hashtag IAF. For those who don't know what IAF is, it's the Indian Air Force. Then you had Hasan Minhaj. How many of you know who Hasan Minhaj is, or know your kids listen to Hasan Minhaj or something Hasan Minhaj-ish? Okay. So I do not like Hasan Minhaj. I vocally say that all the time, way before this. But this is, we were all waiting for it, actually. This is his clip that he posted after India and Pakistan's Independence Day, and then making a correlation between, well, why don't we start thinking about the independence of Kashmiris right now? Why are we going to celebrate the independence of India and Pakistan? And there was a lot of backlash from that end as well. And the reason I bring these topics up is not to make you aware about pop culture, but really inform some of the parents in this room what resonates with our generation. Our generation does not resonate with the lectures. This is their form of education, to be very honest. They listen to 30-second sound bites, and that's their information. They don't listen or read beyond the headlines, to be very honest. So I will say, though, I'm very proud of the Kashmiri Pandit American kids. After August 5th, I was on my phone constantly. So if you guys do not know, KOA Youth has reps. Just like how KOA adults have zonal directors, we have reps for every zone. And we have calls about once at minimum in a month, sometimes when things are a little bit more hectic, twice in a month. As you can imagine, after August 5th, we met many, many more times to talk about what it means and how we combat the narrative. We would direct each other to tweets that we didn't like, and everyone would go bash on it. And so I'm going to bring up something that was really concerning to me. So there's a group on Facebook called Little Brown Diary, which is a group of South Asian girls who, until August 5th, would talk about hair and makeup and what lehenga to wear, what sari to wear, and people would be in the fitting room showing what their dress is. After August 5th came out these creepy crawlers of articles like this. So this one that you'll say, I cut out the person who posted it, but I think I will just read it really quick. The caption that was put it is, "May Azadi come to Kashmir as soon as possible, hashtag no fascism." That's related to India, no fascism in India. So this was posted in this group, and I would like to say, because it's an only female group, came 3 Kashmiri Pandit girls, and there were many other comments. I just try to abbreviate. One is Roma, if any of you are from Texas, Iha Cole, if any of you guys are from Boston, and me, myself, all went berating and started educating folks on our history. These are just snippets of our responses. But this is the type of way that our generation educates our peers. It's on Facebook, it's on Instagram, it's on Twitter. It's very unconventional to what probably many of you are used to. But I think it's really important for everyone in this room to know what resonates with us, what's palatable. This was actually the most jarring. Some person, KPs were not kicked out. They themselves ran away. This is also coming from a non-KP. Fearful of uncertain future, they packed themselves in buses and trucks and fled away. They are free to come back, but they won't. Just want to keep pot boiling. I'm sure this individual was born after 1990, has absolutely no idea what she's talking about. And here comes Rohit Rana, who's our rep from Texas. And if any of you guys know his mother, Anjali Rana, her father body was chopped into pieces and left in a bag in Kashmir when he was only 46 and she was a high school student. Let that resonate for just a moment. That's his grandfather, and that's what his response is. I'm sorry, what? We chose to leave? Then why were there sirens blaring every day telling Hindus that Kashmir didn't belong to them? I'm sure many of you in this room remember that, those who actually were in the valley at that time. Telling them to leave, huh? Why was my grandfather murdered? You think 400,000 people just got up and left? So the reason I give this backdrop is because I think this is a world that you guys might not see, but it's a world that I see. As a KOA youth director, this is what I get directed to all the time. I get directed to tweets. Hey, Nisha, how can I respond? Hey, this person messaged me. Can you just send me a snippet of what the history is like? So I write something up, they respond back. And then again, there's like, well, they told me this. What should I write back? This is the kind of conversations that the youth are having. I will tell you one very flat thing about Kashmiri Pandit youth in the US. We are very, very, very aware of what happened in 1990. There's not one KP youth in this country that is unaware of that. We're very proud of our community. I will say KOA, for myself, is not just a community, it's truly a family. It's how we've cultivated an identity in such a small population. So these are all KOA kids. I know them from going to KOA camps. So we all try to support each other, but sometimes it just gets really difficult. So I'm going to get kind of into what have I been doing since August 5th. And this is probably the story that spread like wildfire. And people are like, oh, you're that Nisha. And I'm like, that's really scary. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. But on August 13th, so if we just kind of backtrack, August 5th is when it actually got abrogated. We're talking about just over a week later comes the first teach-in in Washington, D.C. And I just have some pictures. I walked in. You'll see the slide at the bottom left corner, resisting occupation, a teach-in on Kashmir. And you have this jarring picture of Kashmiri women either throwing rocks out into the open. And then here are the tweets that came after. So Dr. Kandrawal talks about the use of gendered and sexual violence by the Indian military, pack room of 200 individuals for our Kashmir teach-in. So I'll let you read that. I don't need to read it for you. But when we entered, there's actually folks who were in this teach-in with me who are here today. So I'm telling the truth. So the first 20 minutes was given for Dr. Kandrawal to say history. And majority of the folks in the room were non-South Asian. My friends behind me heard, there was some kids behind me who were like, I hope we learn how to get mobilized today. I hope we learn what hashtags are going to be used. And I look back and I'm like, did you even know where Kashmir was before August 5th? Did you even know how to spell it, that it's not just a Led Zeppelin song? It's way beyond that? So that was also drawing from a very initial standpoint. But when she went through history, it was a completely different history than I knew. Point by point, milestone by milestone, was completely different. From the date of accession, also mind you, she started the history at 1930. But beyond that, the date of accession was completely different. The UN referendum was completely different. When she hit what happened in 1990, there was an armed insurgency, there was a fight for self-determination, and not a peep about the KP exodus. Not one word, not even one sentence acknowledging what happened to us. So you can imagine my blood kind of boiled. And what they had done was you could send in kind of notes and questions on paper. So I think most of the KPs who were there just kind of send in their notes. And so the first question she addresses is the Kashmiri Pandit exodus. And this was verbatim what she said. The biggest narratives that the Indian state is able to peddle is in the late 1980s when the armed rebellion began that the Kashmiri Pandits were killed in a genocide. Right? Use of the word genocide or ethnic cleansing. She put doubt in it, right? And driven out of their homes. So this narrative is being used again here as well. Because one of the ways in which the Indian government pushed, and that was the last sentence she was able to be uttered, because folks in the audience were very pissed as a result of that. And it's muted. But the reason I put the video is not to make a drawing, but just so you can understand the type of interactions, because this is just one of many interactions I've been in. And you'll see, I wrote a little bit, but there's this goes back and forth between the KPs and Hafsa Khandwal. And she herself is a Kashmiri Muslim, and starts reading, there's no 800-year history, denies like actual facts. There's no indigenous, we're all indigenous. So creating a whole different thing. Anyways, the crowd got extremely riled up and started chanting leave. I stayed quiet throughout this whole time because I wanted to ask my question, because I was ready to stay there. And so anyways, once everyone left, she goes, Kashmiri Muslims have also suffered. 70,000 killed. Is that not a number to contend with? Even at the height of some of the issues happening in the late 80s, government sources themselves will say between 200, 300 Kashmiri Pandits were killed during the armed rebellion. 200, 300, yet this is an apparent ethnic cleansing or genocide, and yet we have 70,000 Kashmiri Muslims being killed. I think I actually said out loud, are you really comparing numbers? Are you really quantifying genocide? Isn't life priceless? Does it matter if it's 200, even though that's not the right number? And this Al Jazeera reporter came up to me when I was arguing with him and was like, patted me on the shoulder, had the nerve to pat me on the shoulder, and say, come back next time with numbers. I think it should be blasphemous for any person to have to be kicked out of their land, regardless if it's 1, 2, or 1,000 or 10,000. That's not what the story is about. And so this is just the beginning of my long, 60, 70-day journey now, going to these type of events. And what happened was, as me and my friends started questioning the dialogue, we had this round of folks come around us, and we were told we'll be contacted later, but this is what the organizer of the event tweeted the next day. And I underline probably the most important parts. In addition, now she's recommending this to the other folks who are going to do these teach-ins, like as of like a warning sign. In addition, I would highly recommend that organizers be prepared for the Hindu right. There is nothing Hindu right about what I said. I was just telling history. Can we not say our history now? Is it bad? I mean, we cannot do a soft blow and start attacking another group of people. At the end of the day, and I keep saying this to folks, it wasn't some external force that came, some asteroid came and just like wiped us out. It was our own neighbors, classmates, colleagues that we had known for years that betrayed us and came and kicked us out. That is a known fact. I'm sorry it's Kashmiri Muslims that kicked us out, but that's reality. I'm not going to soften that blow to make it easier for you, for that's more palpable to you. That's okay. I'm not saying all Kashmiri Muslims are like that, but why can't those two facts coexist? And then the last point, they're extremely disrespectful to both speakers and organizers. Anyway, so this was my claim to fame in August. And then I got even more famous recently that I don't think, this is actually giving my mom quite a heart attack. And I don't blame her. So on August 1st, the Middle East Institute held a talk with Does anyone know who Masood Khan is? So Masood Khan is what is called the president of POK, or what they like to call Azad Kashmir. And so this is Mohan Uncle, who happened to get the mic first, probably to their regret quickly, because Uncle got up and started saying, well, wait a minute, why are you forgetting about Kashmiri Pundits? And that was a very clear question to ask. And Mohan Uncle is now famous for asking the question, can I speak to you in Kashmiri? And him responding back, oh, you don't speak the same dialect as me. I'm like, no, it's because you don't know Kashmiri. You're Pashtu. But anyways, you'll see Mohan Uncle keeps going, and then I get up and I get to ask my question, which is like 2-3 questions after, and they're like, oh my God, another of these people. And I asked this question, and I said, I'll give some preface to this. So in his discussion, he badgered India the whole time, completely negated to talk about what happens in POK. If anyone knows that the freedom number of POK versus the Kashmir that we all know is much lower in POK than in India. And he also said how political parties in Pakistan get to walk freely, while in India they are suffocated and choked. And do you know which political party that he referred to? JKLF, Jammu Kashmir Liberation Front, and then had the nerve to bring up Yasin Malik being in jail. A known terrorist. I mean, this is what's being spewed out at a think tank that literally is, if I had the picture reversed, you would see the majority of the audience was non-South Asian. So anyways, after I placed POK and not Azad Kashmir, I got to ask my final question, which was, how can we talk about Kashmir without mentioning the pervasive funding hand Pakistan has played in India's unrest, specifically to Kashmir? You want to talk about what is attacking the Kashmiri people? Is Pakistan-funded terrorism, not India. His answer back to me, if any of you guys have seen this clip, he gets fixated on my name. His answer after this is, what's your name? And I said, that's not relevant. He said, no, it is relevant, because how about if I called you a different name? We call it Azad Kashmir, and you're telling us to change our name. And then completely dismiss the most important part is Pakistan's funded terrorism. And he asked me to change my name, which you can imagine how. Yes, my mom was like, wait, why did he tell you to change your name? I'm like, no, Mom, he was making an analogy. So these are kind of the events we go to. I will say it really benefits to go on these events with more than one person. I've never gone by myself, which is really helpful. It's usually me and at least one other person that's Kashmiri in the room. And actually, to be honest, I didn't know Mohan Uncle was going to be there. I only knew once he stood up and asked a question, and I was like, yes, we got it. So something else that we've done in DC. Something else that happened in DC that many folks in the KPDC community were part of was the protest against Washington Post, because as many of you know, as we talked about earlier in my presentation, there's a lot of bias in what they speak about. So there was a protest that was done on September 7th, I believe, and there was a good number, but I think it's good to know what community members are doing. It encourages others to get involved in your area or to, unify with other groups, but I think it's really helpful to know what happens in different communities. So I think you guys should probably be done with hearing from me. So I want to turn it to specifically Parth and Seema, because both of them come from a completely different perspective on this topic. My engagement has been going to teach-ins, going to talk to the president of POK, but they come from an academic standpoint. And as many of you guys know, this is the issue that even India faces, is in academia, when you have that PhD or that studied South Asian studies, it gives them credibility, and it really scares, they can really mug the water. And I think there's a quote that's the most powerful people are the people who write history, because they really can shift how people perceive a civilization, a group of people. So I'm going to turn it to Dr. Seema Mattu, and She has a very interesting story to tell.
Thanks, Nisha. Another round of applause for Nisha. It takes guts. It takes guts to be the only person out there to stand up and speak for what you believe in. So good for you. And thank you, Nisha, for the invitation to come and speak at here today. How many of you here know what imposter syndrome is? A few people. In academia, it's very well known. As academics, we're always striving to learn more, to study more. No matter how much you find out, there's more to be found out. So even when you become an expert, you think you're just faking it because there's so much more to learn. Well, on this stage today, I think my feelings of imposter syndrome are justified to some degree. For one thing, I'm standing here in the youth session. As my husband said, he's like, "What are you? You're not a youth." It's true, I have a good 20 years over the rest of the kids over on this stage. And then the second thing is that there's many others out here who know and have lived a lot more of what has happened in Kashmir than I have. But what I'm going to tell you today is that you don't need to be an expert to make a difference. You just have to care. You have to care enough to stand up for what's right. And to speak against hypocrisy. So I will just tell you my story, a series of events that came together organically, and that's pretty much what's kind of led me to be here today. As I look out here, I see lots and lots of faces that I haven't seen in many years. I came to the States in 1991 at the height of the turmoil in Kashmir. I came and started college here at the University of Maryland. And what I found was that there was a lot of misinformation back then, too. If you read the Washington Post, there was a ton of nonsense being spoken, not just about Kashmir, but about India as well. And I didn't know anyone out here at the time, so all I did was I would start writing letters. Letters after letters after letters to the newspaper that never got published. But I came across other like-minded people. I met at that time the youth leader for the Hindu Students Council, who I call Parth Mihir 2.0, because back then the youth leader for the Hindu Students Council was Mihir Meghani. I also met the Pandit brothers, Rajiv and Rahul Pandit. There was a big event here in Washington, D.C. to commemorate the centennial of Swami Vivekananda's address to the World Religious Congress in Chicago. And we all came together for that. And we realized that, take pride in your identity. We are Indians. We are Hindus. This is not something that you should be ashamed of. This is our identity, and so own it. And so to that same accord, it's little steps that'll make a difference. So right now, as we walk around and somebody has an opposing view on Kashmir, have the courage to just say the little things that'll make a difference. When they talk to you and they say, "Oh, it's Azad Kashmir," I say, "No, it's Pakistan-occupied Kashmir." If they say, no, we're fighting for freedom," you say, "No, you're fighting for a theocracy, for a spread of theocracy. If you were fighting for freedom, you would include the Kashmiri Pandits. You would include the Ladakhis. You would include the people of Jammu, but you don't. So call it what it is, because the facts are on our side. The truth is on our side. So why should we be afraid to call it what it is?" Now fast forward, I'm now at Purdue. I'm a professor at Purdue. I'm a faculty advisor for the Indian students, I'm going to say it, Indian Students Association. I'm on the Indian Women's Association, and yes, we do a lot of cultural events to celebrate India. You know, you get busy with life, you get busy with work, and you don't think about political activism as your first engagement. But about a year ago, some students came to me, and they were from the Hindu Yuva Association at Purdue, and they were bringing in Mr. Sushil Pandit. They said, Mr. Sushil Pandit is giving a talk in Chicago, and we would love to bring him to Purdue, and can you help us? I should preface this with, I am, for all intents and purposes, the only Kashmiri Pandit who lives in West Lafayette, Indiana. There are a couple of others, but most people, you know, we don't really know each other. There's students who kind of come in and out, and I'm the only Kashmiri Pandit who people seem to know in West Lafayette, Indiana. So they came to me and they said, we're looking for a venue to host Mr. Sushil Pandit. We have less than 4 days to make this happen because he's going to be flying out and we need to come do something really fast. And so I'm the only Kashmiri Pandit. I'm like, all right, what do we do? Okay, so I turned to our temple and said, can we have a session over there? I reached out to the community members. Very quickly, we got things organized. Mr. Pandit came to Purdue, came to West Lafayette, and gave a fabulous talk, an informative talk, and an enlightening talk. But what I want to point out is that even on this short notice, with just 2 to 3 days of advertising and trying to get a crowd, we got over 50 people at the temple to attend his talk. So here I was going, I'm the only Kashmiri Pandit in West Lafayette, Indiana. Well, no, I have a huge biradari out there. I had 50 people show up. And they were not Kashmiri Pandits. We are not just Kashmiri Pandits. We are Indians. And not only do we have the truth on our side, we have the numbers on our side. We stand together as an Indian community. Okay, so then post August 5th, of course, you know, Twitter is a buzz and Facebook is a buzz, and there's all sorts of misinformation being spread there as well. And so we make it a point, as Nisha said, to fight misinformation with information. So we started reaching out, trying to go find out, well, what are the facts? I reached out when Article 370 was abolished. I was up at night, 2 in the morning, listening to the live feed from the Lok Sabha, saying, oh my God, look at what has happened. You were there too. Look at what's happened. So it was ecstatic. 2 a.m., you know, I go post, it's gone. The stupid article is finally gone. And, you know, there's hope to return peace in Kashmir. And I get all this kind of backlash about it, that it's the Indian Army's just brutality and Indian forces just doing whatever they want. So I reached out to my lawyer friends who are in Jammu and Kashmir. I have friends who are in the High Court. And I said, can you just explain the legalese to me? Because I'm listening to the whole session at the Lok Sabha. Despite the protest and all, they're following a legal procedure, and none of the MPs say that it's wrong. So why is the media saying that it's wrong? So can you explain the legalese to me? My friend's father was a judge. They sent a huge document showing all the legal reasons why this was allowed. So now I had more ammo to fight misinformation. And so that's kind of how we've been going about things. So I want to tell you, because I know I only have so much time, I want to quickly tell you 2 incidents that occurred in the academic setting. And why is it important for us as academics to be involved? It's because, as Nisha showed you, all these teach-ins, these Stand with Kashmir movements, on one day, there were 30 Stand with Kashmir teach-ins across the world. Now, we've all started student organizations. I started Hindu Students Council at University of Maryland and then at UCLA in graduate school. And I know how hard it is to get a youth organization started. I also know how hard it is to even set up one session to even be able to bring enough panelists. And here, overnight, there were 30 teach-ins across the world. Where's that money coming from? Where is that organization happening from? That's not students putting things together at universities. And I'll give you one more example. A Pakistani friend's child has recently joined a university. She comes to me and, talked to her many, many times before. And she says, oh, what do you think of Kashmir and all? And I, of course, have the same conversation that I've always had with anyone about it. And she goes, yeah, I totally understand. And then she comes back sheepishly and says, I started a Pakistani Students Association at my university. I'm like, okay, good for you. And she said, and I'm going to have a Stand with Kashmir teach-in over there. I said, really? After all this, we just had a whole conversation. You agree with all the hypocrisy that's been going about this. You know that the Stand with Kashmir people are just spreading lies. And after all that, you are going to host such a session? And she goes, well, it's a Muslim thing. So I say, oh, so it's okay for all the Muslims to stick together, irrespective of the cause. But if Hindus do that, then we're fascists? She shrugged, smiled, and she's going to hold the session. So guess what? They hold a session. We'll be there, and we'll make sure that we stop the session every which way we can. And that's what we did at Purdue. So this was very early on. I think it was, thank you. This was really early on. Yes, I'm just going to tell you. So very early on, before it became really, really no, I actually am gonna give our secrets out because I think that's what we all need to do. So we found out because Mr. Pandit had come last year and this whole Hindu Yuva group, I got introduced to them. I decided no, I wanted to be involved with them. So I am a faculty advisor for Hindu Yuva. So this Muslim Students Association, in co-sponsorship with the Purdue Young Democrats youth group, got together and they decided to have a teach-in, a session on Kashmir by a professor who's also at Purdue University, except she is a Kashmiri Muslim. I've had plenty of run-ins with this lady. We're fine on other points, but on Kashmir, there's a lot of nonsense, a lot of misinformation. She denies that Kashmiri Pandits were ever killed. That whole story of being packed in buses because Governor Jagmohan said, get out, and then I'm going to go kill all the Muslims. That's the theory that she's been propagating. So this was going to be the person who was going to come to Purdue and educate the community on Kashmir. You think I'm going to let that go? So the Hindu Yuva youth, they found out about it. And this is where I'm saying we all need to be vigilant. We all need to be connected. You see anything? Bring it up. Raise that red flag. So the Hindu Yuva youth sent me that ad and said, have you heard about this? Do you know what this is? And because I knew that lady, I knew the one who was going to be the speaker, it became obvious, well, this is not going to be a balanced talk on Kashmir. So I started reaching out. I reached out to KOA, I contacted Nisha, I contacted Shakunanti, and basically just said, I need help. I need information. I need to get people to stop this. At the same time, so this is where I'm saying, I met Mr. Fotidar, Mr. Raj Kaul, Hira Kaul, Somdhar, like these are names that I've seen, but I have never met any of them. And in fact, I'm seeing some faces for the first time today. But I just reached out, and everyone banded together and said, you're not alone. We'll come from Chicago if we have to. We're getting a group together, we'll come. And at the same time, what I did is I contacted those 50 people who had showed up at Sushil Pandit's talk and said, this is what's happening, I need help. Some of our friends, you know, you heard Mr. Fateh say that. Yes, we're rich and we're powerful, right? We can use our power correctly. So some of our friends are in the local government. Now, you can't say anything to the Muslim Students Association. They're sponsoring it. They want to sponsor an Islamic view. That's part of their constitution. They're allowed. But the Purdue Democrats, their constitution says to have a mission of equality, to give equal voice to everyone, to represent the downtrodden. In Kashmir, we are the downtrodden. India may have a Hindu majority, but in Kashmir, we are the minority. And so I reached out to my friends who were in the government, because someone with government connections can have more influence on students who are part of a democratic students association, because they are interested in getting in the government, right? So you use your allies intelligently. And so I got those friends and I said, this is what's happening. And we need to talk to these students. We need to make sure that at least the Purdue groups and the Democratic groups withdraw sponsorship. And there's two ways to approach this. You can go in, you know, full steam, barrels fired, and become completely antagonistic. Alternatively, you can try to talk reason to the groups. And often these student groups are supporting or sponsoring something more out of ignorance than anything else. Turns out these students, they just wanted a hot button topic. They wanted to address something that was very relevant to the world at the time. So Kashmir came up. They found, the Muslim Students Association said, oh, hey, there's a Purdue professor here who's from Kashmir. They pointed to the Kashmiri Muslim person. And so the other group said, yeah, we've got a Purdue professor, so obviously they must be vetted. And so let's host this session. It wasn't until we went and wrote a letter. We wrote a letter. I had the letter signed by my friend who was in the government. And we pointed out, look, this is a complicated matter where you are not representing the other side. So it's a one-sided, biased event. Second thing is, by presenting this one-sided, biased event, you are completely going against your constitution. You are not fulfilling your mission. You are not fulfilling Purdue's mission. And is this a liability you are ready and willing to take? That was enough. Students who were they said, well, I'm sorry, we didn't know any better. This was a professor from Purdue, so we said, what could go wrong? We showed the Facebook page of this professor. The violent rhetoric that was being presented there. You look at this professor's page and it's obvious that this is they support all kinds of pro-terrorist activities. So in this case, we were successful. The event got canceled, and we'll take that victory. I'll quickly tell you about a second event. Another such event occurred at UCLA recently. We tried to stop that event as well. We found out about it too late. So this is why you need to be vigilant. We found out about it only 2 days before, and that was a weekend. We quickly wrote the letter. We got together UCLA professors to write it, because this time it was being sponsored by the Muslim Students Association as well as the UCLA Law School. So we got UCLA professors, and I'm a UCLA alumnus, so I was able to sign it as well. And we got the letter out. I'm not sure if we did the right thing in that, yes, we got the letter out, but then we also ended up sending it to the LA Times and sending it to the chancellor and the vice chancellor. And this is something that not everyone was on board with. And so I'll leave it up to you. So we did that. It got coverage. I think what you need to be aware of when you take that route, sometimes that route is needed. But you should be aware that when you take that route, it's a more aggressive route. It also puts the organizers on the defensive. So UCLA, of course, defended the event, and we weren't able to stop the event. There's another aspect to this, that every time we show up, yes, we show up when we get our voice heard, but maybe we also have to be strategic about which events we show up at, which events we advertise. So it turns out this UCLA event, in the end, was not such a huge event. They were serving food, and a lot of people kind of showed up for the vazwan, less so for the talk. And so by showing up and protesting, we're actually giving them more coverage than they deserve. Maybe some things should be allowed to fizzle out. And so some of our friends went there, they realized what it was, they opted to back out, and then the UCLA event didn't get any coverage, even though it happened. And so these are just some anecdotes to help us decide as we move forward that please do be engaged. Every little effort makes a difference. You don't need to be an expert, and that there is a family that will be there with you. Thank you.
So in typical Indian fashion, we are running late, and we don't want to hold you guys hungry. But can you guys promise, if we take a break, we still have to hear from Parth and Amrita. Parth has traveled all the way from New Jersey and came today for lunch. You want to finish? So we were going to ask you guys want us to continue or continue? It's Parth's stage.
Thank you so much, Nisha, and thank you so much to KOA for inviting me here to this event today. It's especially special to me because I'm not a Kashmiri Pandit, but I've been welcomed into your family and into your community, so thank you so much for doing that. So I wanted to start by talking about an event that happened at my university, Princeton University. So this event was called Kashmir Past, Present, Future. And whenever an event happens at Princeton University, it's taken seriously because Princeton has consistently been ranked since I've been there as the #1 top educational institution in the United States. So when something happens at Princeton, it really does mean something. So this was an event that was organized officially by the university. So unlike the events that Seema ji mentioned, it had institutional backing, not just backing from student groups. This was organized by the South Asian Studies Department, by the Center for Integrative and Security Studies, and also by the program in International and Regional Studies. So it had a lot of institutional backing. It was kind of presented as the university's view of what's happening in Kashmir. So at this event, we have speakers Hafsa Kanjwal, who you already heard about from Nisha, Mona Bhan, who I'm guessing most of you know about, and Mohammad Junaid, who's a professor of anthropology. And it was moderated by a Pakistani-American physics professor from Princeton. So the event seemed to be geared basically at delegitimizing the Kashmiri Pandit voice. And to just go through some of the ways that were done, when an audience member brought up the fact that the Azadi movement in Kashmir is rooted in a deep sense of Salafi Wahhabi Islam, of exclusivism, he was told that no, this is just one conception of nationalism through religion. And Kashmiri Pandits also conceive of Kashmir as a goddess, as Ma Sharda, so it's the same thing. You shouldn't be saying this. You're being hypocritical. After this, Professor Kanjwal also comes back, and she says that, moreover, Kashmiri Pandits shouldn't be talking because Kashmiri Pandits have constantly been the dominant narrative about Kashmir, and that whenever you bring up Kashmiri pain, what you're really trying to do is you're trying to delegitimize Kashmiri Muslims' pain, that you are interceding in the argument to shut out other people. Now, this is kind of an ironic argument, right? What she's doing is she's using this as an excuse specifically to shut down a Kashmiri Pandit American who's trying to talk about his experiences at the event. Now, if we go further, we see that people keep citing this number of 200 Kashmiri Pandits being killed in Kashmir. That's officially from the government of India, apparently. But whenever it comes to Kashmiri Muslims, they won't cite the official government of India number. They'll cite numbers from the UN. And when you look at even the UN, which hasn't taken up the issue of Kashmiri Pandits at all, the number of Kashmiri Pandits that they cite being killed in 1989 alone is much, much higher. I think it's something around 700. So there's clear hypocrisy there as well. So the idea is basically that this event and all of the speakers at the event were, just like at the events that Seema ji mentioned, parroting a pro-Azadi, pro-Pakistan line that basically was trying to delegitimize the voice of Kashmiri Pandits. Now, this was a deeply personal issue for me. So I haven't just been a student at Princeton. Before that, my sister was also a student there. I've been at Princeton now for 9 years, so it's kind of like a second home to me. I've been there for 4 years as an undergrad, and now this is my 5th year as a PhD candidate. So when something like this happens at a place that you think of as your home, it is deeply affecting. And what affected me the most about this event was not just what the speakers were saying, but also the way that the speakers and the panel organizer, the moderator, was responding to Kashmiri Pandits. So at one point, when a Kashmiri Pandit man rose to talk about his experience of genocide, he was repeatedly heckled by the moderator asking if he had a question or if he was just going through a long presentation of history or whatever. And when Kashmiri Pandit Americans were frustrated by the fact that question and answer session in that event was so short, they decided that they wanted to stage a walkout at the very end to show their displeasure to the organizers. Now, when this happened, Professor Mona Bhan gets up and she says, "Do you think this is the first event I've been to? Do you think I don't know how this works? Do you think I don't understand that you're playing to a script?" Implying that the Kashmiri Pandits are just pawns. They're pawns in the hands of the Hindu right, and they're pawns in the hands of the Indian government. And this is a trope that we see constantly being bandied about to delegitimize, again, the experiences of Kashmiri Pandits. Now, the reason why I want to bring up a lot of this from this event is that it's very emblematic of the way that Hindu Americans also face the same type of narratives about our own community. So to just cite one example, basically the way that Professors Bhan and Kanjwal responded to this event was to say that your voice is being used as a dominant narrative to crush out the Kashmiri Pandits, the Kashmiri Muslims, who are the true oppressed class in Kashmir. So when typically Hindu Americans talk about Hindu phobia in academia, the fact that there's Hindu phobia in California's textbooks, the fact that the Hindu perspective is often not covered in academia at all. They're often told that the professor, who is usually a white person, is interceding on behalf of a marginalized group in South Asia. So for example, in Wendy Doniger's book, The Hindus, she talks about how the narrative that she's presenting isn't the dominant narrative, the dominant upper caste Hindu narrative. Instead, it's a narrative that tries to replicate the pain of Dalits. The irony about all of this is that I don't think there's a single Dalit person who would actually conceive of Hinduism in the way that Professor Doniger does, in the erotic, exotic way that she does. So after this event happened, I talked to Nisha. She got a recording from one of the attendees of this event. And I decided that it was really important at this juncture to really talk to the university, have a petition expressing to the university how deeply disturbing this event was. There should be no event on campus that A, completely excludes the perspective of an indigenous community, and number two, that denies that genocide happened. Can we imagine an event that excluded a Jewish voice and claimed that the Holocaust didn't happen in Germany? It would be unthinkable. But for Kashmir and Kashmiri Pandits, it happens all the time, too often. So I said, we have to stop this. We have to talk about this to the administration. We have to make sure that we have our own event about Kashmir that represents both an Indian perspective as well as a Kashmiri Pandit perspective. So, Nisha helped me out. We got over 600 signatures from the Kashmiri Pandit community, so thank you all for signing that petition. And we submitted it to the Princeton University administration. So, I'm just going to briefly read the response from, next slide, yes, from Dean Calhoun. So Dean Calhoun, from Michelle Minter, who is the Vice Provost for Institutional Equity and Diversity. So she writes, I'm writing to acknowledge your letter sent to university administrators regarding the program held on September 18th. Thank you for sharing your perspective. However, in keeping with the university's commitment to freedom of expression, academic departments are given the latitude to sponsor programs that express controversial points of view, including those that may be perceived as provocative or even offensive. Expressing your distaste for the program is also keeping in with university policy, and I encourage you to share your views with the sponsoring offices. Again, thank you for being in touch. So that's it. They have freedom of expression. They can say whatever they want. Now, the irony of this is that the letter wasn't saying that the event shouldn't have happened at all. The letter was saying that the event happened in an extremely problematic way that excluded important voices that have a role in the conversation. Ms. Minter's title is Vice Provost for Institutional Equity and Diversity. If the administrator who is in charge of diversity on your school does not understand that including voices that have experienced genocide in the location that is being discussed is not a relevant factor, then there's really isn't much hope from the administration in general. Now, one thing that Nisha doesn't know is that there was actually a second response to the petition. So that second response actually came from the very department that organized the petition. It was from a history professor who was actually in charge of the program of international and regional studies. So that professor heard the tape that I sent him, and he said, your complaints, I read them all, but I don't understand what you're talking about. After all of the questions that were asked by Kashmiri Pandits in the audience are representing the points that you have mentioned. Why are you so upset? Your voice was represented. It was represented by the audience members. Now, this is a really facile argument, right? It's basically saying that 5 minutes of question and answer, when the audience members are not allowed to mention their perspective, they're only allowed to ask a question, is the same thing as having a panelist who speaks for half an hour on the panel. So this is basically the type of stuff that we came up against. And so what we decided eventually was that instead of relying on the university to sponsor an event, which we were hoping they would do, both out of the principle of the thing, and also because when you have an event that's organized officially by the university, it has greater appeal. The university will put it on their calendar so that people from the community and people at the university know about it, etc. So rather than relying on the university for this type of assistance, we decided to organize our own event, which is actually going to be tomorrow in Princeton, which is going to be Aarti Tikku, the Indian journalist, coming to campus and talking about her coverage of Kashmir as well as her experience as being a displaced Kashmiri Pandit. The other thing that I want to just mention in closing is the aspect of this which relates to youth and the role that media narratives have played in alienating youth and also just in making sure that people don't know about the Kashmiri Pandit experience. So while all of this was happening, something else also happened, which was that in late September, NPR's India Bureau Chief, Furqan Khan Latif, tweeted that India's problems would be solved if they only gave up Hinduism, what with all the piss drinking and cow dung eating. So very explicitly Hindu-phobic rhetoric being tweeted out, right? Completely unacceptable for a bureau chief who's covering India and who is covering Hinduism to hold these views. Now, the reason why I mention this is because I'm also part of a team that's working on trying to get NPR to examine its own Hinduphobia and make reform. So as part of that project, what we did is we looked at NPR's coverage of atrocities committed against Hindus. And of course, one of them was the Kashmiri Pandit exodus. So what I did is I went through NPR's archives and I searched for Kashmiri Hindu, Kashmiri Pandit, Kashmir genocide, all of the words that you would absolutely need to include in any article that was covering the Kashmir Pandit exodus. Out of those, so there were many articles that contained those specific words. There were 78 of them. Out of those 78 articles, there was one article that even referenced the fact that there was any violence against Kashmiri Pandits at all. In that article, a man, I forget his name, is quoted as saying that he's happy about abrogation of Article 370 because he's finally going to get maybe some hope of being able to go back to his ancestral homeland, just some hope. After that quote, it says, this is exactly what the Hindu nationalists want. So his voice is used in exactly the way that Nisha began by talking about. It's presented as something that is being weaponized by a right-wing movement. And the mention of violence in his case is that he fled amidst violence. Not that the violence was targeted at him, not that the violence was targeted at his family and at everybody who practices religion in the way that he does, but just that he fled amid some violence that was happening out there in the world. So the reality is that the way that these narratives are spun often makes people not even understand or know about the Kashmiri Pandit experience and narrative. So to just relate one or two data points, when I circulated the Princeton petition out, there were very few responses from students. And some of the most common excuses, even from people who are from India, was, we don't know that much about this issue, so I don't feel comfortable signing your petition. Or, oh, I wasn't at the event and I don't really, want to take a stand on this, etc. Or they saw this as a political thing. Standing up for people's human rights is not a political thing. It's something that everybody should be doing. And as I said, the experience of Kashmiri Pandits and the way that your voice and your voices have been delegitimized consistently is something that is also happening to Hindu Americans writ large. So, for example, there was a student at Rutgers who contacted me. So for people who aren't familiar, HSC is also working on a petition against Audrey Treschke, who's a professor at Rutgers, New Brunswick, who has said that Rama was a misogynistic pig, among other things, including claiming that the swastika is a Nazi symbol that's used by Hindus, it has violent connotations, etc. So, when this petition was sent out by this student, he was immediately met with responses that, you shouldn't be talking about Hinduphobia because it's a right-wing word, and by using this word, you're completely delegitimizing the pain of other people. So these types of tactics that your community has faced are consistently used across the board against all Hindu people, especially here in the US. So again, thank you so much for inviting me here to speak, and I look forward to interacting with you all throughout the day. Thank you so much.
She's forced me into the youth representative charge. Now that we've made her the youth director, we've just given it to her. But I want to thank Seema ji and Parth to come and give a talk about their experiences in far-fetched areas and in an environment where Kashmiri Pandit concentration is less. So thank you so much. In addition, I want you all to give a huge round of applause to Nisha Kasba here. She's a powerhouse. The poster and the banner that you see, the banner here, she has designed it and gotten it printed overnight. The cookies that you see outside have been purchased by her last night at 12 a.m. So she's not only intelligent and smart and can take on the Azad Kashmir president, but can also do a community work of kindness. And that takes a great personality. I really call forward many more youth. I know they are there out there to help out Nisha and I and everybody out here to raise awareness about our cause and just work together as a community. So before I say my piece, which I did not get a lot of time to prepare, but I want to just say that I'm thankful to the Prime Minister Modi ji for giving us a ray of hope. I want to thank also numerous volunteers and the political organizations that have helped me as an individual living as a refugee in my own country, to just come forward, be educated, and rise up levels that would seem otherwise difficult in the circumstances my parents lived in, and I, therefore. So I want to thank all those volunteers who helped us get reservations, and they are not spoken about, but they are people who help out. So after August 5th, I started a fundraiser which said, let the stories be told, let the voices be heard. And I raised money, my target money, within seconds. And if I had done the same thing 2 months ago, before August 5th, I wouldn't have. And I think we have to really thank the Prime Minister for this. Do you agree? So on that fundraiser, I had somebody, a Kashmiri Muslim from living in UK or the United States, talk to me and say, hey, come back. Kashmir is safe. I don't know why you guys left. And I tried to explain it to him, I don't feel safe, dude. Do you even know what happened? So these are the few things and thoughts that go around in my head all the time. Is it really safe to go back? I should just be living with the other people there and it should be okay. And then I came for my master's 7 years ago to the United States, and I have classmates from the Middle East. And I said, this is what happened to me. And this was in a closed discussion. Of course, I'm not going to name that person. And he said, hey, I totally understand you and I sympathize with you, but I can't do it in public. So this is not the first day or the first vigil that I'm going to have in my life. I did it with my parents growing up in Bangalore. I did it with Panun Kashmir when it was formed. And I have done it all my life. And there is only a small piece that I wrote to just express myself. And I can't express it for my parents because that is just too painful for me to express what they went through. And this is not the only pain that a human has. They go through their general stuff also, like everybody else does. But this was on top of that. To lose your home, to lose your identity. My mother just going into the sabzi mandis in Bangalore and saying, can you just give us some rebate? I am a refugee. I cannot afford that sabzi that you're giving me, and I really want to buy that from you. And I just want to quickly just say my piece. It's kind of a prose, a small description of what I am feeling. 30 years. It's time for equality. It's time for democracy. It's time for Kashmir. These were my first lines the morning of August 5th. There was a sense of freedom and hope, a new energy almost. I'm getting a babysitter, my sister from India called me. And I was like, why? Mom and dad are moving back to Kashmir. And I took a day off on that day here from my work because everything was so overwhelming to process. Yes, it had been 30 years. I still remember when I was a child watching the snow fall from the window, sitting on my grandfather's lap, deep in meditation, opening the back door of our 6-month-old house for the fresh breeze and the smell of wet mud. Picnics in Harvan every Sunday, flying kites with my dad and sister in the blue skies, eating fresh snow off of the sills of the large French windows of my house. The same French windows of the house we refused to leave in January 1990 now was surrounded on the afternoon of February, in the absence of my dad, by many Muslim teenage boys with large sticks in their hands, banging loudly. Mom forced us into a corner, squished together, I, my sister, and her, standing still, terrorized, not breathing, not making a noise. It seemed like an eternity for me. I just cannot forget those windows shudder while I shut my eyes and wish it would go away. We received life threats the same night. I find myself waking up, walking up the aisle now, popping my ears. I was on a plane with my family. Obviously, it was vacation time, I said to myself. Little did I know, we were never to return home. Home. Crushed ice from the fridge was the new snow from the windowsill for me. Mice bites and 10 by 10 square feet room with torn bed sheets was home now. Home was never speaking about the past like it never existed. Home, however, was also not stone pelting at the first instance of threat. It was love, respect, education, and strong values. It was not hatred for the Muslims, which would be only natural, but lessons of equality, justice, democracy, and secularism. Was not a thought of picking up a gun and shooting at somebody. It was friends, community, service, and kindness. Home above all was patience. But now, it's their turn to be patient. For us, it's time for home. It's time for Kashmir. Thank you.
So I know we're super overdue for lunch, and I do not want to take you guys over. If you guys have any questions for us, we had a slew of questions. So I'll let them kind of run. These are questions that Kashmiri Pandit kids had written in themselves on an anonymous survey that I'll just kind of keep them up for those who are interested. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to do Q&A because we're really tight on schedule. But please feel free to come up to us. I hope you guys learned some do's and don'ts. You learn what the youth are doing, non-Kashmiris as well, who are in the great fight with us. So don't ever feel like you're alone. There's always somebody else that will go to these events with you. Just reach out, connect with your social network, and thank you so much for listening to us for session number 2.
Namaskar, everybody. While we are all heading towards lunch, just a quick request to everybody. A huge round of applause for our youth. They are doing an amazing, amazing job. Another thing that I want to request the community is Nisha and Amrita are doing an amazing job of keeping the community informed of any event that's being held in your area. I strongly recommend and request you to go, and it's usually free registrations on Eventbrite. And what I have seen, that Siddharji, you probably will, agree with me. These people who are holding these sessions, as soon as they see a lot of non-Muslims, Hindu names registered, they are canceling these events. So please, they do not announce the venue. Go and just register eyes closed. And when they see there are lots of non-Muslims there, they are canceling these events. So please do that. Yeah, and if you, exactly. Thank you.
Check. Everybody, please assemble back at 2:30 for the 2:15 for the next session. Please, to be on time for the vigil, we have to wrap up quickly. Thank you so much.